No mai haere mai. Welcome to Council today. I'm just going to run through a couple of procedural things before we hand over to the other committee. Please join me in a karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, he hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, mauri ora. I declare the meeting open. Welcome. So, the next part we have apologies from Councillor Wenera for absence. We have 2 councillors online, which is all good. I will move the motion to accept that apology from Councillor Wenera. Deputy Mayor will second. Let's go to a vote. And that is passed. There are no announcements by the Mayor. Do we have any conflicts of interest? Wonderful. There are no items not on the agenda. So there is no public participation for council. There is for committee. So we're going to just pause for a sec to do the handover to committee now.
I won't do a karakia, as we've already done one, to open the space. Tēnā koutou katoa. No mai ki te hui o te Kōrau Tōtōpū, the Long-Term Plan, Finance and Performance Committee, e tēnei rā. We will start with apologies. This may have an air of familiarity, that we have apologies from Councillor Wenera for absence for this meeting. I am going to move. Councillor Free is going to second that apology, as she had eye contact with me at that point. Councillor Apanovich, you could vote. We just do it without him. Yeah, we'll just proceed. Oh, thank you, John. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? There appear to be none. We'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes. We will approve the minutes of our meeting held on 17th of December 2024. I will move and the Deputy Mayor will second.
Voting in favour.
Having some battery issues, Councillor O'Neill. That is carried. There are no items not on the agenda. Before we move on to public participation, some committee members have requested to provide a personal explanation under Standing Order 20.11. I will invite Councillor O'Neill to give their personal explanation explanation first, followed by Councillor Chung and then Councillor Randall. We're going to put the timer on these of 3 minutes each, and I would ask all of you to, I will step in after 3 minutes. Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Ngā mihi nui, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take a brief moment to address my comments from the 17th of December, the previous Kōrau Tōtōpū meeting. I met with both Ray and Tony on the 20th to have a robust discussion and apologise for any hurt that was felt with my words. And while I stand by, strongly, my political views and commitment to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, I acknowledge that my comments became personal. I want to retract and apologise for those specific comments and statements that inferred Ray and Tony as being racist. My intention was to challenge the behaviours and ideas and never to label the individuals. I respect both Ray and Tony and really appreciate the open and honest conversations we've had and continue to have. At the end of the day, this is much bigger than any of us. It's about how we can work together to uphold our responsibilities under Te Tiriti and focus on what matters for our communities. That's what I remain committed to. Whaia a te mātou ranga hei oranga mō koutou. Seek after learning for the sake of your well-being. Waiho e te taupoto, kuia e te toi roa. Let us keep close together and not wide apart.
Thank you, Councillor. We will just reset the clock and I will invite Councillor to speak.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to say that over the last couple of years I've had a very good relationship with Terry, and I'd like this to continue. So I unreservedly accept your apology. These things should never be brought up in council when we have so many other things to focus on. We need to listen to Wellingtonians about what they want and not get into these different arguments and debates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. And one last time, Councillor Randall, I invite you to make an explanation.
Yes, I was to reflect on Councillor O'Neill's personal explanation and apology about her remarks to the Long-Term Plan Committee meeting of 17 December. When Councillor O'Neill made her statements about Councillor Chung and me, I was surprised, shocked and hurt. However, shortly after this meeting, Terry recognised his personal remarks were not appropriate to either the debate at the time or to our ongoing working relationship. That she has now retracted and apologised for them is the right thing to do. I want Councillor O'Neill, my fellow committee members and the public to know that I accept her apology. Thank you.
I would like to thank all three councillors for the grace and humility you have displayed today, and it's exemplary. Thank you very much. All right, we will now move on to public participation, and I invite Maz Scannell and Friends of the Wellington Botanic Gardens to speak. Kia ora, Maz, welcome. Nice to see you as always, and you have 10 minutes if you want to have any time for questions, and that's up to you. Thank you.
The Friends would like to start by thanking the Mayor for stating that she'll introduce an amendment to the Begonia House CapEx line item, which removes demolition as the current preferred option. However, I've got to ask the question, why keep the demolition clause in at all? You've recognised there's community support. We are raising funds to help keep the Begonia House open, and yet the clause bulldoze the building remains. It's pleasing to have recognition that the building is structurally sound. It's a beloved community asset and deserves preservation and renewal. And this change means that you have an opportunity to invest on behalf of Wellington's future generations and not be remembered as the group who demolished the destination landmark, which is also one of the top 3 attractions in Wellington City. And it's not just about preserving a building. It's about protecting a living piece of Wellington's infrastructure that's been creating memories since 1960. There are clear, visible pathways for maintaining and improving the Begonia House, and that's demonstrated by similar facilities across New Zealand. And I'll just talk very briefly about the Auckland Winter Gardens. So they were built in 1921. They were renovated in 2021, so in this fiscal life that we live. And there are 2 of them. Each building is probably about 3/4 of the size of the Begonia House, and it cost, and I'm pleased you're sitting down, it cost $5.62 million for each of the buildings, so far below this amount of money that's been floating around. Now, my name's Maz Scannell, and I'm the president of the Friends of the Botanic Garden. I'm here today representing the Friends and garden lovers throughout the country and around the world. We have a petition, as you know. It's currently over 12,000 signatures, and it's not closing for another 6 weeks. These are people that believe the Begonia House is an important part of their lives. And this level of public support is a strong message to each of you that the Begonia House is a well-loved and respected building that should continue to be one of Wellington's jewels. And although it's pleasing to see that the alternate options for the long-term plan and the change to the preferred option to keeping the Begonia House in operation, it's useful to just reflect on the plans that have got us here today. Looking at the papers, past papers, you have to ask yourself, how can you forget the toilets when costing a revamped cafe? The omission shows the haste the council to grab assets and turn them into rubble while pretending to save money. It's important to recognise that what happens from here on should be based on actual pricing and not what somebody dreamed up in a back room. The council has calculated that it costs ratepayers $5 entry to visit the gardens. That is really good value for money for a ratepayer. And let's compare that. Zealandia, $8.23, and the zoo, an eye-watering $24.83. And remember, both those places sell admission tickets on top of that. So we believe the visitor numbers to the zoo and the Begonia House are comparable. And the councillors have to understand that the Begonia House is more than numbers. It is a valuable Wellington asset, and it should be treated as such. The next steps are working on concept designs because the Begonia House is not a nice to have. There are ways that we, as a community, and you, as council, can preserve and improve a much-loved and significant landmark for generations to come. You will be aware that the Friends have received donations from across the country and around the world. And we've kicked off our pledges, and we already have over $100,000 towards the renovation of this conservatory. There's been little consideration in both the initial business cases and the draft consultation documents for any opportunity to partner with the community to try and provide another source of funding to offset some of the costs that the council will have during this repair and restoration work. Charitable entities are commonly used by communities to raise funds to support everything from town halls to sports facilities. The Friends have been a registered charity since 2008. And today there's an opportunity for the Friends to present to you, our elected representatives, a way of improving option 2 in the consultation document. As noted, we've already had success in raising funds, and we will fight any decision that doesn't go the right way on the Begonia House. We've also got a very long history of investing in the gardens, and an example of that is the Friends have an endowment fund with the Nikau Foundation. So, you know, we do things for the gardens all the time. We are not a flash in the pan. So we are saying that these initiatives, plus the recent demonstrations we've had, show a strong and enduring community support for the gardens. And combined with the Begonia House attracting nearly 250,000 visitors a year, it suggests that community partnership approach built around a charitable entity is a good idea. The Friends believe that you, as councillors and the officials, can do more with the community to make the Begonia House greater than it is at the moment. We recognise the funding may not be the full 11 million, but whatever that figure is, it must be enough to make any work viable. We want a building that's going to last, is fit for purpose, and a good quality. Anything under $6 million would be silly. Thank you for removing the demolition clause. as the preferred option. But if you really wanted to show your support for the Begonia House, you would remove the demolition clause altogether, option 1. It would send a powerful message to 12,000 supporters that you are actually in behind the continuation of this iconic and well-loved Wellington landmark. This morning we're on the right track to do the right thing, but it's important to remember that the right thing should happen soon. I'm suggesting 2 years. This cannot be kicked down the road in the long-term plan to languish in years 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You've got to address it and do it now. The Begonia House belongs in the Rose Garden and not at the dump, and we look forward to working with you in a meaningful way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Could I please have some quiet so we can have some questions? Otherwise, we won't have any time for any.
We have 2 minutes for questions, Chair.
Yes, I'm aware, but I needed quiet in order to have those questions. Thank you. Councillor Pannett.
Thank you for all your work. Would you agree that really what we're looking at is a capital injection of about $5.5 million to get this project off the ground? So it's not, in the scheme of things, a massive amount of money.
Yes, I do. And I mean, I said 6, and 6 would be nicer. But, you know, I mean, let's get sensible here. And that's what I'm asking. I'm asking everybody does the sensible thing, and we get proper costings. You talk to us. I've had people from all over the country and the world telling me about how they could rebuild this Begonia House for cheaper. So, you know, we've got options.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Maz. Thank you for coming in your presentation today. Obviously, you've got some scepticism over that $11 million cost. Are you able to point to any projects that this council has delivered in terms of major infrastructure where we've actually come under cost?
I live in hope, Ben.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you for your good work. My question is, why do you think is Begonia House supported by all people, all ages? And just tell us a little bit what Begonia House means on top of what you have already told us.
I think the thing about the Begonia House is that it's intergenerational, which is why you get this huge passion. People take their children there. As children, they went there. They get married there. They have parties there. It is bigger than a plant. And that's what you have to remember when you're talking about this structure. The plants are the most important thing that's there, but it's the people is the second one. And the people have memories across the spectrum. There's no one thing. And also it's flat, it's warm, and it's weatherproof. Not many places we can say that in Wellington.
Very quick question from you, Councillor Brown.
Maz, how much money are you considering that your group and other groups will actually contribute to restoration of the Begonia House?
Well, besides buying a lotto ticket, I'm going to say hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Thank you, Maz. We're out of time. Thank you for taking the time to make that submission.
Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome Wayne Norwood to the podium. No, my Wayne, and you have 5 minutes, including time for questions if you'd like to leave any. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillors, my name is Wayne Norwood. My interest in the Begonia House began 3 generations ago. My grandmother, Rosina Norwood, wanted to create a place where people could find solace in a time of extreme hardship. The country was at war. Many men overseas fighting. There was severe rationing. Most news was bad, and sometimes not knowing what has happened or happening was even worse. She donated the money that created a winter garden. This became so popular that my grandfather, Charles Norwood, donated a fountain which started the transformation and the beginning of the rose garden that bears my grandmother's name. Rosina's favourite flower, of course, was the rose, and it was thought timely to create a happier space. In 1960, my mother and father donated the Begonia House, and a little later the exotic lily pond within the complex. Apart from a house of exotic plants, it became much more. It's used as a venue for weddings, social gatherings, and still is. In 1971, my father and his two sisters, Mrs. Eileen George and Mrs. Edna Swanson, donated the waterfall garden and pond. They also replaced the ageing water fountain that stands in the Rose Garden today. Since then, my family has contributed to all initiatives at the gardens through the Friends of the Wellington Botanic Gardens. My nephew Boyd Norwood, he is fourth generation, is currently the patron of the Friends of the Wellington Botanic Gardens. The reason for listing some of these gifts to the Botanic Garden is not for recognition, but to explain that 4 generations of our family have given happily to the gardens. And I would have expected that to continue. That would be highly unlikely if the begonia house was pulled down. Let me be clear. Many families have given substantial sums to get the gardens to where they are today. Does the council realise that that's what sort of message that would send to like-minded families? Knowing that the gardens were the second most visited venue by visitors coming to the city, I was in disbelief when I read in the paper that the council was considering pulling the building down rather than meeting its responsibility of maintenance. I was also surprised that our family and the Friends of the Botanic Gardens were not consulted. Could you imagine the hue and cry if the City of London City Council was to demolish the Temperate House at Kew Gardens? The Begonia House is a major component of the Botanic Gardens, which offers guests wonderful walks, themed gardens, specimen trees, and a very popular cafe. It would be a great disservice to Wellington and future visitors to take away this iconic building, which is filled with exotic tropical plants not seen anywhere else in the country. The council believes it will cost up to 5.6 million to pull it down. What a waste of resources. For a little bit more, we could have a building to be proud of. I believe the Wellington City Council, as guardians of our wonderful city, have 2 main objectives. One is to provide the services and infrastructure to run the city efficiently. And 2, to nurture and maintain the assets that have been built up over generations. Over the last decade, successive councils have achieved a poor scorecard on both. We were once known as the best little capital in the world. It is never too late to change and do the right thing. I ask the Wellington City Council to reconsider their stance on the Begonia House and embrace the wonderful asset we have. Let's celebrate the dedication and hard work of those that have been before us, those that have nurtured and given to the gardens over generations, and let's restore pride in our wonderful city again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Wayne. We're out of time. I appreciate you taking the time to come and share your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to invite to the podium the youth group. No mai, you have 10 minutes including time for questions if you'd like to leave it. Thank you.
Kia ora, ko Sophie toku ingoa.
Kia ora, ko Stella toku ingoa. We'd like to start with a simple question. Do you remember a place when you felt completely at peace? A place where everything slows down, the world's noise fades away, and you can simply be. For so many of us, that place is the Begonia House, a place sheltered from the harsh Wellington weather that we all know very well.
It is not simply another building. It's our sanctuary. A space that when we step inside, it feels like the world is a little quieter, a little kinder, and a lot more welcoming. It's a place where we don't have to contend with the busy noise of our daily lives, the chaos of school, or the pressure to constantly be on. It is peaceful, it's calm, and that peace is what allows us to be ourselves, to reflect and to dream without interruption. I remember my first visit to the Begonia House as a 6-year-old girl, going through to marvel at the koi fish, a moment that I've seen many other children experience. There truly is nothing like it in Wellington.
The Begonia House is more than just a place to us. It's a cause we are deeply passionate about. So much so that instead of being in school today, sitting in my philosophy classroom, I made the choice to be here, at this council meeting, protesting to save it. It's where we've spent many weekends not just relaxing, but standing up for the space that has given us so much. We've attended events, joined protests, and shown up time and time again because we care about the Begonia House and the community it nurtures.
But it is also where we've experienced unforgettable energy, like when I was leading a group of 300 people, chanting for a cause we all believed in, all coming together with a sense of purpose, but still feeling peace and unity in the spaces around us. It's where we recharge after the chaos of everyday life, where we find clarity when life can become stressful, and where we can connect with others in a way that feels authentic but also grounded. The Begonia House has been there for us, no matter what we've needed, whether it's a place for peace or a space for collective action.
Peace is more than just a feeling. It's transformative. It's in the quiet conversations we've had with our mentors, Maz and Mike, and the moments of inspiration that come from simply being in a space that makes us feel safe and accepted. It is a window to the wider world, so as well as an opportunity for us to speak up for the youth in our community and have the chance to fight for what we believe is right.
And it's not just about the present, it's about the future. Young people need spaces like this, not just for us, but for every young person who needs a place to breathe and have the ability to figure out who they want to be, but most importantly, who they are. The Begonia House has given us that space to grow in a calm, nurturing environment that, like I said before, is not commonly found in Wellington.
It's a sanctuary for the soul, and we believe that is something worth protecting. Now that Mayor Torifano is in favour of keeping this wonderful space alive, we would love to extend our gratitude for the recognition of what this place means to fellow Wellingtonians and everyone in our community.
So, to the councillors present today, we ask you to see what we see. See the power of peace in this space. See the potential that's nurtured here in an environment of calm and support. See how vital this place is for our well-being, and understand that it's not just a building, it's an oasis. So, don't look back in anger.
And please don't take it away from us.
Aroha nui, Sophie and Stella. Thank you.
Ngā mihi, Sophie and Stella. I'm not sure if there are any questions. I haven't seen any hands up. Sorry, apologies for not using your names. I didn't have them before you spoke.
All right.
So yes, Councillor Pannett.
Thank you very much for coming in. I had lovely, happy memories too as a child in this Begonia House. I'm just wondering, I'm particularly worried about the ecological crisis. You can maybe touch on that in your excellent presentation. I'm just wondering if you see that this is an important part of preserving and getting people to connect in with nature so that they fight for nature as well.
Yeah, a lot of the plants at the Begonia House cannot be housed anywhere else in Wellington. They're wonderful tropical plants that will not survive in our environment without the Begonia House.
Have you seen the weather on a daily? I mean, excluding this gorgeous sun we've had, good Lord, they would not last. No. So yes, we do understand that. We do think it's really important that, like we said earlier, not only are these plants protected, but it's also educational. You know, people can come here, they can connect with others, but if you have young children, this is an educational experience. School groups can come on tours. You can take people on first dates. Valentine's Day is coming up after all.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in this morning and a very eloquent speech. I used to go up to the Botanic Gardens with my school groups, and I'm wondering if you actually still do that. Like, does your school actually take groups up to Begonia House and show them the plants?
Well, we are both probably a little old for the school groups to be taking us. However, I do have, like I stated, I mean, we both live very locally to Botanical Garden, so for us, Begonia House is like extension of our backyard, so to say. I do remember at my first primary school going on a lot of school trips to Wellington Library and the Begonia House. And I guess also just the rose gardens in general, especially on lovely days. There's the playground as well. There's the Begonia House, there's the cafe. If we were lucky, we'd sometimes get a popsicle or two. So yeah, I do definitely think that for primary school groups, most definitely, it is a great place to take them. High school students, not as much. However, I would totally think potential biology students could go in there and learn about the different plant species. It's definitely an opportunity, yeah.
That's great. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Sophie and Stella, and thank for standing up for what you believe in. What do you think the council can do in the future so you don't miss a school and we can still listen to the community?
Well, we can't ask you to change the time of your meeting because I don't think we have that type of power. We could request politely, perhaps. Yeah, I think also open it up to youth a little bit more. As we stated in our speech, we're here representing a lot of young people that do believe in saving the Begonia House. However, coming into this was so intimidating, truthfully. If it weren't for Maz and Mike, we would not be here. To be 17 and 16 and standing in front of a group of people that are at least 10 plus years older than us. Five, I mean. 3, 8.
Many plus in many cases.
Is really intimidating, and it feels like there is a very big level of exclusion to youth. Not that it's said, it's just an unspoken feeling, almost a rule that you can't cross. So I would really say, put it out there that public participation is for all ages, that you are welcome to come here and talk about what you choose to. I would really recommend that so that we can have more youth voice, because as much as we are missing time out of school today, it's worth it for this, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
There's a lot of youth that are really involved in this and they do want to speak up for it, and they've, you know, recently we've had a lot more younger faces at the protests because they've seen that, you know, we do actually care about the space and you can talk about it and you can protest for it. You don't have to be older or no more. You can just, you know, show up. And yeah, I think if you definitely push that and just say that, you know, younger people can come and talk about what they believe is right and stand up for what they believe in.
Yeah.
Ngā mihi kōrua. There appear to be no more questions, but I'd like to thank you for taking the time out of your educational activities to come and speak with us.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome our final participant, John Swan. No, my John, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like to leave any.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews, and thanks to all those that have come to talk about the Begonia House. The mood of Wellington is quite clear that the Begonia House must be maintained and retained, and I'm sure that that message has got through. I'm here, however, to talk about something else, and that's another Wellington icon, and that is the Miramar Peninsula. On page 258 of the agenda, council officers have introduced a new matter for consultation under the amendment of the annual plan that we this process relates to. They're seeking, council officers are seeking feedback on a proposal for future management of land on the Miramar Peninsula, jointly with Taranaki Whanui, who are one of the local iwi. It is not clear from the papers supplied whether this is a councillor officer initiative or a request from Land Information New Zealand, who are currently managing the land. The land was previously occupied by the Ministry of Defence and is Crown land. By a cabinet minute in 2017, it was directed that LINZ make the land safe and then transfer the land to the Department of Conservation. That department was to enter into a management agreement with the Wellington City Council, and Cabinet allocated a sum of $4 million to enable the step to be taken. The Cabinet directive followed the completion of a Waitangi Tribunal settlement claim with a consortium of Wellington tribes called the Port Nicholson Settlement Trust. This settlement transferred land owned by the Corrections Service as well as the Shelley Bay Air Force to that trust. The settlement confirmed that the remaining defence land would remain Crown land and would be vested as a reserve in the name of the Department of Conservation, subject to an agreement as to its management being arranged with the Wellington City Council. This site has remained dormant for the last 8 years. Public access has been denied on safety grounds. Informal access has resulted in a very successful community organised pest eradication program that continues. There are community gardens on the site near the unoccupied Mount Crawford prison. There is another tribal group squatting on the land and neither up by Neve Road, and neither Linz or the council have attempted to remove the squatters. There is no evidence of a power site or permanent occupation of any land on the peninsula. There are shellfish middens at sea level, but no evidence of cultivation for food purposes. If either the council or Linz has decided to enter into a joint venture with one of the tribes of the region, creating a new management trust with DOC and requiring an allocation of $175,000 of ratepayers' money annually, whilst that entity develops a management plan over a period of 5 years, that action is in breach of the Cabinet Minute and is likely to be struck down. In either event, Council has been placed in an invidious position of choosing a course of action on very limited information and a financial commitment potentially of an unlimited extent. There is unexpended monies arising from the initial government grant. It is unclear whether Council has accumulated the annual payments it made since it acknowledged the project in 2018. Linz has recently released a report to Minister Penk, which is the subject of an Official Information Act request for release of Linz's recommendation and any other correspondence that might have occurred, including correspondence with the Council. Both ratepayers and local business organisations have been seeking to progress public access to the site to develop the land for a variety of public purposes. One proposal of particular interest is a public sculpture park, which would be well suited to the peninsula and the city. Councillors should seek the documentation entered into by the Wellington City Council in 2018 with the Crown to control and manage land, and details of any council expenditure for that purpose since that date. There is no evidence of any council involvement on the land. The result of the OIO request will be released to councillors once it's received. The government, through Minister Penk, has been urged to transfer the land to DOC and for DOC to expedite a management agreement with the council, which in the normal course will consult with the local and wider community as to priorities and future reserves, future uses that the reserve can provide. The Cabinet Minute has not been revoked. The land is owned by the Crown. Meetings have been held with all Eastern Ward councillors and with Council Officer Phil Becker, seeking the support and lobbying by the Council for the land transfer to DOC and consequent.
I'm sorry, Mr. Swan, we're out of time. Have you got a final point you'd like to make?
There is presently no need for this proposal to be included in the LTP amendment process. There is not sufficient information available for either the public or councillors.
I'm sorry, Mr.
to make
Swan.
an informed
Thank
decision.
you. I'd like to.
The proposal should not.
If you could just make a final comment, Mr. Swan.
This proposal should not be identified as a specific project for the 2025 annual plan. The council should resolve accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Swan. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to come in and speak with us today. I'd now like to move on to the first item of general business, and I'd like to do that before morning tea, if we can. So we'll do the item 2.1, the Te Toi Mahana Quarterly Performance Report. So no mai Paul Davies. I would also, I think some people from Te Toi Mahana, welcome Jonathan Manns, our new CE, and our Chair Andrew Turner. Over to you to introduce.
Kia ora koutou and good morning.
I'm pleased to present the second quarterly performance report from council officers and Te Toi Mahana for financial year 24-25. The report provides operational updates and strategic insights from the Trust for quarter 2, October to December 2024, and this focuses on the Trust's performance. I would ask that you take our report as read. I'm joined today by Te Toi Mahana Board Chair Andrew Turner, who is here to speak to their report, and we would welcome their new Chief Executive Officer, Jonathan Manns, this morning. Andrew.
Thank you very much. Good to be here this morning, and the very first thing I'd like to do, and Paul has alluded to it, is to introduce our new...
Just Andrew, before you do that, could I just ask for quiet from the gallery so we can conduct our business? Thank you so much. Sorry, Andrew, over to you.
Thank you. The first thing I'd like to do, and Paul has alluded to it, is to introduce our new Chief Executive, Jonathan Manns. John started in the role just on Monday of this week, so this is day 3 and a bit. John, I'd just like to invite you to introduce yourself as well.
Kia ora koutou. With that framing, Andrew will be responding to many of the detailed questions that come out. But I would like to sort of just briefly introduce myself. I've met many of you before in my previous role as Head of Strategic Advisory, Government and Public Sector at Jones Lang LaSalle, and also through the Wellington Underground Asset Register work, which I was involved with as part of the Harvard Bloomberg program. My personal background is in the design, delivery and management of new developments and existing developments, but particularly the housing sector. I've been involved with tens of thousands of affordable homes over almost 20 years. And a big part of that isn't just how they come forward, the form they take, and how they're sort of best managed, but also the role that those buildings then continue to play in the community through their use and their occupation around community building and social development as well. So, this is I think these are all really aligned with this role, and like the rest of the organisation, really excited to commit myself fully to supporting the tenants that we house in the best way possible. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thanks very much, John, and obviously very excited to have John on board. The timing couldn't be better. A new chief executive, a new year, and we're working on a lot of work together that you'll be hearing about as we move through that year. So we'll take the report as read. I just wanted to make a couple of comments really based on the second page that's headed Financial Sustainability. I'm pleased to be able to report a surplus which is significantly above budget. We have also got higher than projected tenancy occupancy. That's one of the reasons for that, increased surplus, and higher than budgeted IRRS. So what we're showing here is that we're really delivering what we were set up to do in terms of financial sustainability. IRRS tenancies, 182 showing in this report, and also increasing. We'll take the rest of the report as read, and I'm happy to take any questions.
He pātai me utu I mua I te tau patu. Do we have any questions, councillors? Do you, Councillor Abdurrahman?
I did ask this question yesterday, and I'm not sure officers, or maybe you can respond it. Who is responsible for the maintenance of those facilities, especially Hub 2? It seems to be not reaching the target, and why is that?
Yeah, so you'll be aware of, or Paul, did you want to answer this one?
You go first.
You'll be aware of previous answers to questions that we've fielded before. The existing maintenance contract is what it is, and we're working with it in the best way that we can. You may be aware that there are new arrangements for facilities maintenance currently being negotiated. Those negotiations are running their course and will finalise at a certain point, but your officials are involved, in fact, are leading those negotiations. We're pleased to be a part of that and pleased to be working closely with your officials in that regard.
And Andrew Yeston is standing behind you, I think, maybe to add to that answer. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important that we separate the Hub 2 from the facilities maintenance contract. They're very different projects. So we are leading the negotiations, and we're also working together to agree the delivery methodology of how FM will work in the future post 1st of July.
What I just want to understand is when it comes to Te Toi Mohana, how independent are they, and what role is being played? And you said you're working together. What that working relationship itself looks like? Is that just like a normalized or written down and you know exactly your role during those processes?
So all of those provisions are in the lease that was signed and are driven by that lease. Any changes to that would require a change to the lease.
So my last question is, so you are confident and happy with the way it's progressing when it comes to where we're heading with the new contract?
As I noted earlier, we're in negotiations. We're working very closely with Council in those negotiations, and we're comfortable with the way things are progressing, yes.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Can you tell me what the impediments are to all tenants, or the majority of tenants, having IRS subsidies?
So IRS is only available to new tenants. So the ability to increase the number of IRS tenants is directly related to vacancies in the units that can be filled by those tenants. So yeah, availability of units certainly would be one. We're also obviously looking at a situation moving forward where there will be a need for some tenants to be moved as a result of the Hub 2 work into units that otherwise would be available. That could have the effect of slowing the uptake of IRS down, but we'll be working as hard as we can to make sure that that risk is mitigated to the best, in the best way that it can be.
That's great, thank you. Can I follow up with that? So would all new tenants coming in be able to claim the subsidy, or so you do have 100% of the new tenants coming in getting the subsidy?
100% of new tenants are IRS tenants.
Excellent.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora and welcome, Andrew and Jonathan. Great to have you on the team. Thank you for the great report. My question is actually around something that may seem quite small in comparison to the big work that's going on, but it is around the Pukehino Kaimara. And it's a beautiful garden in the Pukehino complex that the tenants have worked on together. The tenants approached WCC for grant funding in December, and we could not offer that to them. But so my ask of you is that project is something that could be looked at to be sustained and possibly scaled up across the portfolio. And obviously there's a holistic wellbeing measure around that.
Yeah, thanks for raising that issue. It's something that I'm sure our team would be aware of, and if not, thanks for making us aware of it today. Yeah. I'm very aware from my previous experience in Christchurch of the value of those community gardens and of the work that you've described. We've got some work coming up where we're going to be looking at the use of that existing tenant support fund and other ways that we can perhaps support projects that are adding value for tenants. Certainly very good to have that on our radar as we go through that work. And as I say, my own personal experience of the value of those community gardens, they're an excellent addition. Yeah.
I saw some nodding from the team down the back as well when you were speaking, Deputy Mayor, so you might want to chat to them over morning tea potentially. I think that's the end of the questions, so thank you, team, really appreciate, and especially welcome to you, John. It's great to have you on board, as the Deputy Mayor said.
Great to be with you, thank you.
All right, so now Councillor Rogers is going to move the paper.
Kia ora, colleagues. Yeah, just very quickly, just drawing out some of the stats that we see through the performance reporting. I just wanted to highlight the story that I think it is telling about the services that Te Toi Mahana is providing. When we do look at the fact that there is a lower turnover rate and a very high retention of tenancies, that really does signal the amount of dedication and time that is put into looking after our tenants. And I think, a lot of the discussion, I was external at the time, but a lot of the discussion around the transition to Te Toi Mahana was a focus on the well-being of the tenants. And so I think it's really good to see that has been upheld. Additionally, seeing the number of IRRS places increasing faster than projected, I think should be reassuring again for us that the Trust is doing a very good job at delivering what we set out for it to do. And on top of that, I think, we're kind of really wrapping up the formation of this new trust with the addition of Jonathan and his experience around the building environment and the additionality that we were also looking for when we set up the trust. So it really does feel like the trust is hitting on every single expectation that we had set for them. And so hopefully you'll join me in supporting this report.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor?
Yes, Pauiwi Holden Wahaya.
Do you wish to speak, Pauiwi? Thank you. Is there any further debate? Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, just really quickly, as well as being timely to have John join us as the new CE. That's really exciting. But I did just want to acknowledge Councillors Matthews and Brown and Pauiwi Kelly for your mahi on this. On Te Toi Mahana, and it gives me a lot of a kind of good faith that we've honoured what we said we would do from the time last term where we had to make this decision. And yeah, it's just good to see the good results, and I look forward to seeing the scaled up garden opportunity. Great.
You're really in the weeds there. No, the non-weeds, the non-weed plants. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have some concerns when it's come to the way the facility maintenance is going ahead, and we are under budget. The budget is not used fully last year, and now it's again, and it's probably something that we need to look at it. Also, with the change of government and the way it's looking, the plan when this was established was to get some funding from the central government, and I'm not sure if this is going to continue and how that's going to be progressing in the future. And we might need to give a bit of ears to what's happening behind, something that we're not hearing as well. I think I got some concerns, and at some stage it might going to play out, but I will leave for now there.
Just want to speak very briefly to say if any councillors do have any concern about the facilities maintenance or any aspect of Te Toi Mahana, that I'm sure that Paul and Euston would be happy to meet with you to discuss those. So do you would like a right of reply, Councillor Rogers? All right, we'll move to the vote. Thank you, councillors. That is carried. We will now move to morning tea, and if we could return back at 10:35, that would be great. Thanks, councillors. To the Q2 report. I don't know if anybody's going to come to the table. We're going to take the report as read because we had a reasonably kind of full briefing yesterday, and there were opportunities for questions in a separate session yesterday. Are there any additional questions from councillors? There appear to be none. All right, I'm going to Councillor Apanovich online, who is going to move the report.
Councillor Matthews, I'm more than happy to propose this report. This, of course, is our 6 monthly report, so halfway through our financial year, which is the 31st of December 2024. A couple of points that I'd like to highlight. There is some minor movements in there on the capital side, but I'll just note that our year-to-date result, if you exclude the sludge grant revenue, which always seems to be a distortion for us at the moment, which does show us still in a deficit position of 26 million. The sludge money, of course, is parked ready to go for when the full facility is in operation. If you do go out by the airport, you can actually see the progress of that moving along quite nicely. On the P&L side as well, just a couple of highlights which I thought relevant to share. 64% of our revenue is from rates, so not a number that people really know. 287 million at the half-year period. Our personnel costs of 92 million is 21% of our operating expenditure. Our depreciation and amortisation, which is basically all our big assets that we have under and above the ground at 114 million, is 26% of our expenditure. And the one that we, of course, are focusing on more regularly now related to our debt is our interest expense, which is 7.5% of our P&L. And I do note that our interest costs and our weighted average capital has decreased in this quarter, which is quite a nice scenario. So it's dropped by a couple of minor areas, which is a good news for us. I'll take a bit more time as well just to discuss our capital project because that is one that is quite significant and, of course, has a greatest impact for us over the periods because it is such a significant amount in the hundreds of millions. Our year-to-date budgeted capital spend is 337 million. We're actually quite well under that at 230 million, which is 68% of our spend. Now, that 102 million is earmarked for certain projects, and that is detailed within the capital works, the housing, and again, the sludge projects. But there may be opportunity in future to look at that specific spend to assess whether it will actually occur or not, and that would be more likely to occur in Q3 or partway through Q4 when we will be moving more into a solid position. So that's all I want to say, but thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to outline a bit more of our finances. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor, and I will second the paper, but I'll reserve my right to speak. Is there any debate? Deputy Mayor Foon.
I'll keep it brief. I did just want to congratulate the staff on the report. I did start reading it after 9 o'clock one night, which is a bit of a no-no for me, but I was still merrily reading, an hour later and then got up early the next day because the reading was compelling. It told a really good story of what we are doing and the breadth of what we are doing as well. So I do just want to thank the staff for the work on that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It appears there is no more debate, so we will go to a vote. Thank you. That is carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to item 2.3, the CCO's Q2 reports. As before, we won't take any time to introduce the paper as we've got a lot coming up in our meeting. Are there any questions before we move? There appear to be none. Councillor O'Neill, I invite you to move.
Kia ora anō, really happy to move this paper as laid out and discussed quite a bit yesterday. Just about every KPI was met. I just wanted to do one particular shout out, although it didn't quite occur in the previous quarter, it did occur over the summer, and I wanted to recognise Cricket Wellington and the Basin Reserve for Wellington's first Pride round at the cricket. That was a real highlight, and I've just people in my community in particular are really stoked to see that kind of events like these over the summer catering to different crowds. So just wanted to mihi there, and Councillor McNulty is going to second.
Just very quickly tooting, I won't toot my own horn, but I'll toot the horn of the board on which I sit, Viako Pōneke Experience Wellington. One of the really good news stories in there is that we are well on track to break even and meet all the statements of expectation. It's been a really difficult few years in that CCO, particularly as I've sat there, and our new CE, Diana's just hit the ground running with a team behind her, and so that is a fantastic result to see that come through. And I know just having seen that work in the one CCO I sit in, that is replicated across the entire CCO farm. So really positive report and very happy to second.
Is there any more debate? There appears to be none. So we will go to a vote, councillors. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and that is carried. All right. Just before we move on to the next item, I just want to go through a bit of process so we're all aware of what's going to happen. I'm going to use the timer, and what I'm going to do is give you a notice at 3 minutes and ask you to wrap up at 6 minutes. However, I'm aware that I don't have the power to stop you speaking in this meeting, so it's just a collective responsibility if we're to get through the business. That would be great. Second of all, we're going to do the way we always do, which is a mover of a motion or an amendment, speak, then we stop for questions from officers, and then we move on to the debate. So that's going to happen with every set of amendments and the substantive. And so now I think those are the two things that you wanted to be. We'll do that over the course of the day, and just being aware of timing. But if we keep going like this, we'll be done by lunchtime. Famous last words. Right. So Baz, is anybody? Oh, Andrea.
So I'm going to introduce this paper, and the reason for that is I just wanted to take us down memory lane. The purpose of this LTP amendment primarily has been the genesis of this council facing two key and significant financial risks and sustainability risks. The first is a large insurance risk. We do not have sufficient insurance to respond to a financial and natural hazard risk. And the second is that we have an undiversified investment portfolio. So 93% of council's investment portfolio is either in the airport shares or in ground leases. So they're subject to the same risks that we face as a council, as well as their own particular risks. And that transpired during COVID, where we received no dividends from the airport. And at that time, we borrowed in excess of $50 million to fund council activities. That was why in the 24-34 long-term plan, our financial strategy looked to sell the airport shares in order to mitigate those risks and to set up a perpetual investment fund that would look to grow over time and manage that balance sheet risk that we have. That decision, of course, was reversed on the 10th of October by councillors, and we've been working through this LTP amendment process since then to look at how we can address those two key risks. We can do that in one of two ways, or a combination of those two ways. The first is, it's essentially building up our self-insurance, either through reserves and building up some reserves, or through ensuring that we have debt capacity to manage in the event of an disaster or some kind of risk. So the proposal for the LTP amendment is in effect to sell some ground leases to create a small fund that is a small fund in the context of helping support our balance sheet, but also to create headroom that would enable us to respond in any kind of event. The decision today is we're asking for you to approve this information going through to audit. As part of the auditor's role, they will consider financial prudence and whether or not this approach is financially prudent in terms of addressing some of those risks. Now, it's not a black line. It's not an easy test in terms of financial prudence. You do have to consider things like the legislation. You need to consider how well we know the condition and the performance of our assets and whether or not we've got sufficient funds to be able to deal with any kind of failure of our assets at a point in time. There's debt and credit ratings to be considered. There's rates affordability to our communities that must be considered. And, ultimately it's the ability for us to be able to respond to the events and creating that future sustainability. In the 24-34 long-term plan, by year 9, we were proposing to come within the debt to revenue ratio of 225%, including a $272 million headroom. However, we would have been under that 225 limit from year 0. But we would have also had a significant fund that was being grown at that point in time. Under this current proposal and not taking into consideration any amendments that could be put through today, we're looking at year 7 before we can hit our own debt to revenue ratio. And that was a debt to revenue ratio. We're proposing that be 200% to reflect the headroom that Council has previously decided on. But we will also have a small fund. It is uncertain as to the conclusions that the auditor will draw through this audit process. They will express their opinion independently, but Council is required to make their own decisions independently, collectively also. So I'll leave it at that.
Any questions of this should be minimal because we have had multiple briefings. So I will probably put a cap on time of it, but I'm taking a speaking list. Councillor McNulty.
Just checking questions of the amended substantive now?
That would be after the Mayor moves the paper, as I've just outlined.
No, it's just,
yeah, so are there, Councillor Calvert?
Yeah, look, I just want to get clear in my mind around the $16.5 million that on our water rates. And I know there's a difference between accounting and funding, and so I'm not an accountant, so if you could just bear with me, but explain, or somebody could. So the additional $16.5 million that would be that the council would need to pay on rates on those utilities, is that being paid, or is that we're just not paying it? I just want to try and be clear in my mind.
So it's not a cash transaction. It's not paid physically. It's just what we do is we recognise those costs so that we understand the full costs of undertaking each service line that we do across providing the 400 activities that we do as a council. We transfer that through a journal entry, but it's not a cash transaction.
Okay, so we're not borrowing money?
Correct, we're not borrowing money to fund those.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much, Andrea. Regarding the ground leases, and I understand exactly what you mean about diversifying our investments, but what's the potential for increasing the revenue, increasing the return on those ground leases, keeping in mind that the Perpetual Investment Fund also has its own risks?
We'll ask Eston to come up and answer that question in regard to our ability to increase the rent on our leases.
All right, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. We have limited ability given the structure of some of our ground leases. From memory, and I can't individually, I can't recall, but Some we would have to wait 7 years to 21 years.
Great, thank you. There's no way of actually breaking that? Okay, thank you.
Well, not really. We'd have to ask the tenant to agree, and they wouldn't, given the structure.
Councillor Pannett.
James, just a quick question. I presume there's no theoretical reason why we couldn't reallocate the money for the demolishing the City to Sea Bridge to fencing the waterfront? More people have died.
I'd have to refer that to the Chief Financial Officer or Andrea.
That would be subject to a decision of the council. Yeah.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
When that can happen, because in July, once we hear the decision of the court, there will be action followed by, if we already made a decision, if we want to transfer that money, as you said, when that would be?
I'm riffing off the top of my head, Councillor, but I would suggest that perhaps we could do that as part of the, we could look at what happens through the legal process and through that hearing. There would be no reason why we couldn't probably make that decision post the consultation period and taking into consideration feedback from public participation on the waterfront.
I just want to clarify, because it would be a rescinding of a previous decision.
Yes, it would.
That is not part of the LTP process. I'm sorry to...
Sorry. It's just that it's a budgetary item.
Yes.
Even if the outcome of the judicial review would be that there was an issue with the process that we went through, therefore we would need to go back through the same process. So it would require a change of decision from council. Even if that was the case, there are still costs involved in the Capital E building that needs to be remediated, because that is under the Building Act regulations. And secondly, there is other work that would need to be done around the rest of the elements that were included in that original $65 million estimate. So it's not a matter of being able to suddenly turn up with some spare funding kind of thing. If the decision was changed, it's still required for other purposes.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks. This might be another question for Easton. I have another question regarding the ground leases. Now, because the return on them at the moment is very, very low, that means that any potential person coming in and buying them will also have to adhere to that particular rate of return, wouldn't they? So if it's very low, then the offer price or the value of those leases would actually also be lower. So would it not be better to actually sell those when the lease expires so that they can negotiate a higher return?
Councillor, I think, and this is commercially sensitive, but the position we're in to offer to the actual developer or owner of the building who sits on our land is where we'll maximise the value.
Right, thank you. There appear to be no... Oh, sorry, Pōiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I have some... I've got some queries around 5 and 6. So I seem to have missed the added advice that was given regarding this extra funding that's been requested by Wellington Water. So can somebody talk to that?
Yes, but we did have multiple briefings last week.
So
Pōiwi Kelly. And this week.
Okay, but is there anything in writing?
Yes. Yeah. Chris, do you want to briefly summarise that for Pōiwi Kelly?
So just to be clear, I kind of know what it is, but I would like to specifically understand what this $8 million is, that extra that they are asking for.
Through you, Chair, we can make sure Councillor, we think he has the presentation as well that was done from last week, but Chris could briefly summarise.
Before we do that though, sorry, I think your question is in regard to the share of the entity establishment costs, which is $8 million, so that's not a Wellington Water question. That is a request if we proceed with the regional model for a water regional model. And so the regional team has estimated certain costs for the establishment of a new entity. That new entity is expected to be established for a 1 July 2026 establishment. And so we're working at pace on that. That $8 million is our portion of the contribution of setting up that regional entity if it should proceed.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. I guess I've run them both because they're
together.
They're together. So they're totally separate. So the additional funding requested by Wellington Water then, we're noting that. So what is that additional funding that we're noting?
I think, Chris, that's you.
Yeah.
And we will, can we send an email to Pauiwi Kelly before you come to the vote, Pauiwi, you'll have all the information. Yep.
Yep. Is this on? Yep. Okay, absolutely. So what you need to have a look at, we need to provide you with is Wellington Water investment advice, which is quite a detailed document, and probably the presentation that we went through 2 days ago. We'll give you an update of that. But at a higher level, what they're requesting is an additional $25 million CapEx for 2526 and $5 million worth for OPEX. And this is primarily due to a reprioritisation of the baseline program, which had to bring in some significant projects rather due to problems at Moa Point. So we've had a review of it, and it all looks very reasonable. There's not any projects in there there's projects in there you would really need to consider funding, would be the recommendation of officers. Does that help you? I realise you just received
so I did sit in online on this, on that hui, but I ended up, I wasn't able to sit through the whole lot. In fact, I got a bit annoyed about it, to be honest. I was getting angry about it. But now I see that I do need to sort of understand. What I did hear is that they wanted extra money for setting up an asset management system that they don't have. Is that included in this, or is that another lot of kutia that they've asked for?
It's not included in their funding request to WCC.
This time?
Well, it's not included now.
Oh, okay. So this is where Greater Wellington Regional Council are now going to foot the bill for all of that?
Potentially.
I'm really reluctant, Pauiwi, to go over ground we've covered in previous briefings. I'm sorry, but there will be opportunities over lunch or for hopefully you to grab someone and get them, and we'll email you the information so you have it all.
Was it emailed out?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Well, I'm not surprised it's a bit confusing, because even though I have been to the briefings, I still have questions. So we're just noting the additional request of, quite a substantial amount of money. Yeah. When do we actually agree that? When do we agree to actually put that in?
I suspect we've given advice, but I suspect we do need a resolution in there that I've just emailed my staff about. So we'll just need to come back to you on that urgently.
Yes, I'm not comfortable with the 8 million either. I didn't realise, I've heard about the 13 odd million or whatever it was, or 11 to set up the IT system, our share, which I still have questions about which haven't been answered. But this 8 million, it's not at all clear to me what that relates to at the moment.
So that relates to the establishment of a regional entity.
But specifically, what's it going to cover?
So in order to set up a new entity, you would have, and Margot's working her way up here, so I'll get her to cover off the majority, but we will set up a transition agency if that proposal is set up. To do that, you need a board, you need staff, you need, to set up an organisation, and that's quite standard practice in setting up a new organisation. Those are the best estimate of those costs at this point in time. Margot.
Can I ask another question about, we're going up for consultation on this, so how can we actually agree?
Yeah,
so we've got another option.
Just as a reminder that this is a funding provision at this point in time, as we work through this process, and obviously as we do the hearings, as we come to the finalisation of the long-term plan, that's when we'll have greater detail. But at the moment, our proposal is to go out and consult on a regional model. That's a preferred option, and that was agreed by the committee. And so the underlying information that we prepare the long-term plan is prepared on that same basis, and it will be updated as future decisions are made.
So yeah, just to completely clarify the answer to Councillor Free's question, if we decided not to enter into a regional model, we would be not spending the money on the establishment.
Correct, although we'd probably have to establish our own entity.
So there would be some different costs. Is there anything you'd like to add, Margot?
No, just to refer councillors to the written Q&A, we did provide an answer similar to your question, Councillor Free, on what that money might entail.
Councillor, I've got two more questions, but as I said, we have had multiple, including written Q&A. So I'll go through the questions that we have, but we still have to move on to the amended substantive and all the amendments. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just want to note that we got the last lot of written questions at 8 o'clock last night. So my first question is around the water debt. We asked about what the water assets have been transferred, and there's got an amount, but also asked about the amount of debt that's to be transferred to the new water entity, and the response from officers, written response from officers, is that's still under negotiation. But obviously there must be some assumptions around that.
Yes.
Debt. So
yes, the assumption is that Wellington City Council would be no worse off in terms of its debt to revenue ratio.
Yeah, but the actual amounts are not known.
Well, no, because that will depend on, and so what we're agreeing is an in principle decision, but we don't know what the amount of money is, because even your decision today if you're to fund additional money to Wellington Water, that would all need to be taken into consideration.
Okay. Also in the information, thank you, is the breakdown of the proportionality for the setup costs of a regional entity, where Wellington City Council is contributing 42.3%, and you confirmed that the split's been done by population, but Wellington City Council is 50% of the population, and that regional council is getting 15%. I mean, how was that determined?
So I don't have the exact specifics as to how that number was calculated, but given that the regional council, so if we step back to when the Regions plus Horowhenua councils were coming together to discuss a possible joint entity, so there were 10 councils, and so costs were apportioned across the populations of the 10 councils. So Wellington Regional Council obviously spans a much greater area than any of the localised councils. So a number was determined and agreed, and so I don't have the specifics, but it is simply a placeholder number so that we can apportion costs and keep moving forward so that we meet the September deadline we have.
Yes, so just in terms of the final shares of the control of any regional entity, will that be a decision that is agreed to by the chief executives who agreed this, or is that going to be brought for councils to agree?
We're still working through that. So DIA have provided some advice. It is not legislative, but it is advice as to how councils could go about that. And that's a conversation we need to have with the other councils. Once we have confirmed decision from each of the 5 councils as to what their final decision is, because of course at the moment it's a preferred model, it's not a final decision, so any council could pull out. So until we know exactly who's in the tent and we start working through what the shareholding options and agreement specifics are, we haven't progressed into that.
Okay, just one more question, so I'll go on the list.
I just want to emphasise to councillors that the decision today is about a consultation document that will go to audit, then come back to us, then we will hear from the public, and then we will make final decisions. So I just think, we need to keep, and particularly around water, there is going to be an entire process of public consultation and a lot more opportunity for more detailed information to be provided to us. Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, can I ask, given the comments that have just been made and that this is going to go out to consultation, can I ask why in item 5 we are noting the additional funding and not being specific about what that additional funding is that has been requested?
Yes. So what we are going to do is our acting CEO has outlined, there's a little bit of an issue with that wording. We are going to adjourn briefly at the end, or we're trying to do it now as we speak, but if not, we will take an adjournment and confirm that wording because it shouldn't be a noting recommendation.
Thank you, because I mean, this is going out for consultation and I mean, now people need to know what we're actually being asked to consider, and they need to know that amount, especially from Wellington Water.
Thank you, Pauiwi. Councillor Free.
No, I don't need to ask my question, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. One more from you, Councillor Randall.
Given your remarks about water, I think I'll just pass. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's take a 5-minute adjournment and confirm that wording before we, and then we'll go to Mayor Whānau, we'll move the paper. Thank you. to just quickly touch on before Mayor Whānau moves the amended substantive. First of all, the wording, I'm going to go to Andrea.
So, kia ora and apologies. As we have been having briefings from Wellington Water quite late in the piece, we hadn't put through the recommendation of their advice, which is for an additional $5 million in OPEX funding and an additional $25 million in CAPEX funding for the 25-26 financial year. And that's to fund the items that Chris talked to you about on Tuesday, having received the advice from Wellington Water. So we've updated that rec number 5 to reflect the request that has now been received from Wellington Water. The second thing that we just wanted to cover off is Raina has got some handouts, or she may not have. Dem Services may have some handouts. You may or may not have read Paul Andrews' email this morning, but he explained some changes in this the sports fees. I think that was at Councillor Abdurrahman's questions yesterday, and so he just sent round an explanation of that. In doing so, we found some minor errors in a couple of the fees, which we've just updated and given to you as part of the process. We'll update these as part of the audit documents and go through, so this will be adopted by you, providing that the auditors don't find any other errors or issues within those fees. So it's just, it's to go into the audit process, and we just wanted to give that to you now for your information as the suite of information that you'll be approving to go to audit.
Do you have a question related to those fees? Thank you, Councillor.
Just to follow up on that one, Andrea, and I remember last year as well how the Brooklyn Library was included in the consultation last minute. We were told it's by accident, and now this one, the increase of the in the REX space from 70 to 330. Imagine if we didn't pick it, just out of 678 pages, just one line and 645. So it's significant for the community when such mistakes happen. And how someone by mistake include that in such a way, and that needs to be addressed.
Yeah. So we have pages and pages of fees and charges, and we have quite robust quality assurance processes in place, and that includes the audit process. So we're about to go into the audit process. They haven't actually been audited yet, they haven't been checked yet, and these documents have been produced in lightning speed timeframes, right? And when we're producing documents like this and pursuing an LTP amendment, within the timeframes that we're doing, I mean, it does create an increased risk of us getting some of these things right. Throughout the audit process, we'll be continuing to check all of these things, and as will our auditor. So, you know, those processes will happen. This is not the final document that's about to go out for consultation. When the consultation document is audited and goes out, you know, we'll have a much more hand on heart, this is right. That said, we're working at pace and errors will happen, and I will own that, Councillor.
No, thank you so much for that. And just to follow up on this one as well, I'm the Deputy Chair of the Social, Cultural, Economic Committee. Councillor O'Neill is the chair of it. When it comes to increase to some of those fees, the premium grounds, it's a very big jump. However, we haven't seen any of that before the paper landed in the public. So I think it should be a bit of a process where the chair at least can have a say or look at some of those reports before they are out. Mm-hmm. And if we can improve in the
James is going to take that question.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I think that's fair feedback, and we'll certainly take that on board going forward. I think you make a good point, and also I'd just like to thank you for helping us identify that transposition error that's in that page that's in front of you now.
All right, we'll move on. and we will go to the moving of the amended substantive. Mayor Whānau.
Wonderful. I'm actually going to keep my comments quite brief because we've been through many meetings and processes and so forth. But thank you to councillors for their contributions to this. In particular, thank you to Councillor Pannett for collaborating on Begonia House, and Councillor McNulty on the Waterfront amendments as well, and our Crown Observer as well for his feedback and advice. Thank you to the submitters. We have read the room regarding Begonia House, which is why we're altering the consultation. It is fair, however, to still keep all options on the table for the public to participate in, and put that through to consultation. That is what is fair. And so let's get on to the next important step of auditing and then hearing from our public. I'd just encourage councillors not to get too deep in the detail here. As Andrea has outlined, there'll be plenty of time for that. I'm looking forward to hearing from our public. Thank you.
We will now move to any questions of the amended substantive. And Councillor McNulty, I know you had one already.
Yeah. Just firstly, the cumulative rates impact of the changes. So when you add I'm saying it's $5.4 million additional to Begonia House over the demolition option, plus the $30 million for water, plus the 11.1 for waterfront fencing. What's the rates increase of all of those put together?
There is no proposed rates increase for that because they're proposed to be debt funded. So there's no rates implication for 25-26.
It would be in financial years afterwards that we start.
Yes, as you start to pay the debt costs that you've created.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor Foon. Okay, Councillor Abdurrahman, did you have your hand up?
I think thank you for coming to a bit of compromise on the Begonia House, but my question is, what is our facility maintenance looks like? Why it was left until last minute? It's rotten and we have to make a decision of demolishing it. My question is, was there a time when the team asked for more money but been declined?
So, through you, Madam Chair. So, Councillor, I think the predominant issue with Begonia House is the fact that many elements of it are coming to end of life. So they're beyond the normal issues that would be dealt with through our maintenance budgets, etc. Hence, coming back with a set of options in an indicative business case that says, well, because of all these elements are kind of end of life, we actually do need to spend a little bit more money. There was, I believe, 8.6 million that was put into the LTP, but the indicative business case was suggesting that if, depending on the option chosen, that may not be enough funding, and that's how we ended up in this situation.
Can I just note also, Councillor, that the decision on whether or not the Begonia House was included in this was Council's decisions made in November, based on how we look to address the financial risks that we're facing. So there were numerous options to put up. It wasn't a preferred option that staff put up. It was an option for council to take as to where they wanted to prioritise our capital funding. So that was the decision that was made in November by the committee, and which we have reflected in the documents as advised.
Part of that question was if at any stage the community facility or any of the group have asked for funding to do the maintenance being declined. That's what I'm basically asking.
I think that is a question that potentially would require some research, and if so, if someone wants to undertake that, yeah.
Madam Chair, I just want to, you can stop me if this is not part of this.
Yes.
The question is, the Begonia House team, they launched the petition, and that petition was shared by the community. Later on, they were told they can't do it. It needs to be going up and needs to be worked through some of the leadership team. And then it was sent back again, and that created a bit of confusion for the community. I wonder, how that process ended there, and that's why when she referred to 12,000 compared to 5,000 is.
I'm really sorry. I'm looking. Nobody is aware of any of this. The people around this table are aware of this. Team services, potentially. Sorry, because James and Andrea and I are not aware of any of these issues with the petition.
Just to give a little bit of context, the petition was initially submitted and then it went under review, but it was approved and then put up online, and so it's been up online. I think it was up about 5 days after they initially submitted it, including the weekend, and it's been up for over a month now, and it's open until the 31st of March, I believe.
So my question was, what happened between the first approval and when it was reviewed, and that 5 day gaps?
We were waiting for officers to review the petition, which is the standard process to ensure they're happy with the wording. We went back to the petitioner with the proposed wording, which they were then happy with, and then we put the petition online.
Give me a phone.
Yeah, just regarding the extra capital required for Begonia House, what would officers advise regarding when this extra capital would be needed, given we're not coming below our debt to revenue by year 7?
So through you, Madam Chair, the nature of the structure at the moment is it does need work, it needs attention, so it's the assumption being that it's something that we do over the next couple of years, in essence, which is why the original 8+ was in the LTP.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. My question's about the Part B there. If councillors don't agree to Part B, to put aside this $11 million, is it still permitted after we've got the published coroner's report and done the full review with the public support to and it's decided that edge protection is needed? Can the council then go and decide to spend $11 million later on?
I think what this this rec is asking for is a provision only, but it does pend our advice, which would come after the coronial inquest as well as part of that. So this is just a provision, but a further decision would come back to you based on the outcome of the coronial inquest and other information, as well as the public consultation.
Yes, but the question is really, if we don't make the provision, does that restrict us from agreeing in future to allocate that funding and spend the money should it be deemed required?
There could be a timing challenge with that, because we may still need to consult with the community on that. So we're saying let's consult with the community now so it's efficient and effective, and we're having one full consultation rather than wait and then go out for consultation, because it could be, imminent really. And so we're just looking at efficiencies here.
It's efficiency. It may be more efficient, but it's actually still fine for us to do it later.
We could consult later. It's your decision.
Okay,
Yeah.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
So, Andrea, if we send this out for consultation, but the community come back saying that majority, they don't want it, that fencing, waterfront fencing, for example, but legally we are required to do something about it. I'm just asking Sarah, what would it be when it comes to public perception about our consultation?
Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor, the $11.1 million is not necessarily for fencing. It is for edge protection measures, which fencing could be one of those, but there could be other measures. Those will be included in the business case that we bring back to you.
So basically, even if it was for edge protection, what I'm saying is what would be the perception-wise and how that can be mitigated?
I don't think it's really up to our staff to give us advice on what the public perception would be of our decisions. That's our role as elected members.
That's true, but what I'm asking is what is their view and how that we can navigate? What can
I think staff have offered their advice on what they think we should do.
that is not to include in the consultation, or?
Our advice is this: we have provided an initial recommendation, which was to include a provision, and that is reflected again in the Mayor's substantive with some additional context, and we have supported the Mayor's office in drafting that, so we're comfortable with the amended substantive wording.
No, let me get this. So your advice is not to go for consultation, but you support the wording of the amendment for the Mayor?
Which includes public consultation.
Councillor Free.
My clear understanding from yesterday's briefing was that we're not legally required to do anything, but of course morally and from, as my colleague has mentioned, from perception, that might be different, but we're not legally required to do anything. Is that correct?
I will ask Karen or Beth to confirm that.
Kia ora. It's a bit of a grey area depending on whether the Health and Safety at Work Act comes into play or not. So I think that's something that we would provide you advice on when it comes to the next stage. We'll be able to give you some advice around that.
Thank you. Councillor Chung.
My concern about this is that one of the arguments we use is, are you aware of Section 8 of the 1991 Building Act, which states, which specifies discussion on change of use? Because one of the arguments that we're using is that there's a change of use on the wharf from commercial to public use.
I think this was covered off in the briefing yesterday, but Karen, is there anything, or Beth?
Yeah, as we discussed yesterday, whether the building code is triggered will really depend on what we, if we're proposing to do anything, and if so, what. So it's very challenging to give you a clear-cut answer that's going to apply to the entire waterfront. We just cannot, because it's too complex, and everything is going to depend on the certain circumstances and what things are proposed to be changed compared to what is existing at that point in time. I know it's not ideal, but this is just the reality of such a complex environment, is there is no clear-cut legal framework, and there are lots of different obligations all complying at different times together.
Okay, my argument is that...
No, not an argument, a question. You can make your argument in debate, Councillor, but if you've got a question...
Okay, the question is, have you considered Section 8 of the 1991 Building Act?
I think that yes, the answer was provided, yes, they have. That was the first question, and the answer was yes.
Okay.
Is that... Beth, do you want to confirm? That's the answer you've just been provided with, Councillor.
I'll go into debate on this.
Yeah, great. I think you're itching to go into debate. Councillor Abdurrahman.
So, even if we are not legally required to do something now, from my understanding, I read somewhere in the paper, we are employing someone to be around that waterfront. That means once we do that, legally we have to do something under health and safety regulations. Am I right?
Want to take that? This was also covered off in the briefing yesterday, and I do think councillors are trying to seek a black and white legal answer for which one does not exist at this point. But
if I could just a couple of points from me. One, we're talking about a funding provision. Two, we are talking about a set of legal obligations that are complex and which may become more clear to councillors after we receive the findings of the coronial. At that point in time, when a decision is brought with a business case to councillors, we are going to be providing you with legal advice from an external firm on the council's obligations, so that when at the point in time when you are making the decision, which is not now because now is about a funding provision, that you will have as clear advice as we can possibly give in the circumstances around your obligations and the council's obligations. At the moment, we are looking at, we have given you the best available information is that we recommend that a funding provision of $11.1 million is included to include those most high-risk areas, which includes the area where Mr. Colkin passed away.
Are there any more questions, councillors? All right. Okay, yes, Councillor Calvert.
Look, sorry, it's not a question, but it's just I wondered, I did ask, I think the officers are preparing a printed copy of the whole thing and plus amendments, and I wondered just whether it would be good to take a little break to be able to read through.
Great idea. How far away is that printing, do we know? It isn't too, yeah. Let's take 5 minutes and see how we go. If you could stay in the room, that would be wonderful, and we can decide on the sequence of amendments as well. Thank you. note that Councillor Panovich is seconding the amended substantive, and he is reserving his right to speak. So, as I said, we're going to now start to move our way through the amendments. And as I outlined earlier, we are going to... have we got? Oh yes, they're great. They're on the same piece of paper. I love this efficiency and resource consciousness. I hate getting any bits of paper, honestly. But right, so we are now going to do the process as I outlined. A mover will speak to their amendment. We will have an opportunity for questions and advice, and then we will move on to debate and vote of that amendment. So, Councillor Brown, you're up.
Thank you so much. I hope you can support. So I'm allowed to speak to my amendment? Yep.
You are.
There are, in my view, two problems which we have with our involvement with the ETS. One of them is a very large inventory of credits which the council has on its balance sheet, which fluctuates in values markedly. At the moment, they're worth a great deal less than they were a few years ago, but a lot more than they were a year ago. I don't see there as being any particular relevance for us to hold this. The idea that we hold credits against the possibility of effectively all of our forest burning down is to be frank, absurd. So we have about $35 million at current prices tied up in an asset which I see adds no value at all to council, and I would much rather that we release that capital for more productive uses. Which doesn't include some of the other things which people want to spare money on today. But so I would like, now obviously there is a policy today, which is why we have this large investment tied up in effectively a speculative asset. And I would like our management to review the current policy and to come back to us with advice about the consequences of selling and how they go about it. The second element of this recommendation is that, as you're probably aware, the New Zealand government, its primary tool for reducing emissions and meeting our overall objectives is the ETS, the emissions trading regime. And by establishing limits on the amount of credits which can be issued in any 1 year, the theory is that that will actually limit emissions to the amount of credits which are issued. You can certainly debate that till the cows come home. But the critical part is that the ETS is the main tool of government in reducing emissions. And our own involvement in the ETS is extremely lacking in transparency. And we should be helping the people in our community understand how the ETS works and making our own involvement as clear as possible so that people understand what the ETS is about. I really genuinely believe that very few people understand how the ETS works, and yet it is a critical part of every time you go to the petrol pub, you're paying for credits. Every time you turn on your light switch, you're paying for credits. So many things you're actually paying for these things, and yet they're an invisible cost, and they should be visible so that people can amend their behaviour accordingly. So I would like us to change the way we go about our accounting for our involvement in the ETS and about how we do the reporting, so that we are helping people understand the ETS so that they can amend their behaviours accordingly. So that is the two reasons why I've put forward this amendment. One is because I believe that we should be selling our speculative holding of credits and redeploying that capital into more productive uses, whether it's debt reduction or, I hope, going into the insurance fund. And secondly, I would like us to change the way we actually account and report on our ETS engagements so that we can help our residents better understand how the ETS functions and the sort of effects it's having on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I just want to note, I will go to questions, but before I do, I just want to note for all of these amendments, I'm not going to take a seconder until after we've had the question. So if there's any wording changes that you need to do, we can do that as easily as possible. All right, but questions first. Councillor Pannett.
That is an excellent response, Chair. Thank you. Andrea, can I just ask, look, I'm sympathetic, but I do want to make sure that we get robust advice. And I just said to Councillor Brown that I didn't entirely trust him. I want to hear the counter view about why we should hold on to them as well. Thank you.
Look, this is something that we can do. We will ensure that all our advice looks at both perspectives, and we'll ensure that that comes through. And that's this can be done. Yeah, we will. For the record, I will not lie on your behalf.
Long may this levity continue. All right. So we have a question from Councillor Young online. Is it a question you have, Councillor?
I do. So I'd just like to know what level of complexity this, because I think it's a great idea, but how much work is involved and what kind of cost would it be to do this work?
So we've only just seen this amendment. Councillor would need to look at this. We certainly have some internal expertise in this. However, we may, in order to get this completed, get some external advice, but we've got the budget to complete that. It wouldn't be a huge cost to us.
Thank you.
There appear to be no more questions. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Brown? Is it? Oh, sorry. Councillor Rogers, you can have a question, but you are a little late.
My apologies for being late. My question was just in terms of the interaction with the long-term plan. If we were to go down this route instead of selling today or making a decision to sell today, then it would not impact the assessment that an auditor would make on the long-term plan.
I don't believe it would, no.
Councillor Free is going to second. And would you like to speak now, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Pannett would like to speak.
I'd just like to thank Councillor Brown for bringing this to our attention. I think that's a useful contribution. I do, though, however, consider you naive to suggest that if this, the way the ETS is made more transparent, people will change their behaviour. We know they don't actually. Like, Deputy Mayor Foon and I work in the waste area, as you know, and when we try and charge people for polluting, they keep on doing it. In fact, they find a cheaper way of doing even more of it by getting these private bins. So I think this faith in the ETS is misguided. But nevertheless, if we can make some more money and put it in our resilient fund, I think that would be an excellent thing. And I think most of us, those who are pro-asset retention, would find that far less painful. Kia ora.
There doesn't seem to be any further debate, but Councillor Brown, you have a right of reply. Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, Councillor Free first.
Yes, I'd just like to say a big thanks to Councillor Brown for actually thinking outside the box and coming up with something that genuinely can make a positive contribution to our coffers. And there's nothing to stop us purchasing again if we need them. I think this is a really sensible. It's a bit like having a piggy bank and you don't quite need it where it is and moving it around to something else. But yes, thank you, Councillor Brown.
Thank you. I'd just like to make one comment really in reply to Councillor Pannett. I'm not saying I have a total belief in the ETS as a mechanism. I'm just saying that is the mechanism which the government is putting most of our national eggs in that basket, if you like. So I'm just saying that because that is the main policy tool of government, it's very important that we our own actions are complementary, if you like, with that. And I tend to agree with you that people who don't necessarily act in appropriate ways when it comes to their emissions, but I think some of that is a misunderstanding. They don't understand because it's too confusing. And so that's one reason why I actually would like us to change the way we sort of engage with the ETS so that we can help people understand how it actually does work and what the economic cost of emissions actually are.
All right, we will now go to a vote on this amendment. Unanimous. But remember that later and be really nice to everyone, Tim. All right, we will now move on to Councillor McNulty's amendment.
Kia ora everyone, hopefully this can be dealt with at similar pace to Councillor Brown's. Just having a look through the fees and charges table in detail, most of the things there, that's life. We have to keep them going with indexation. But one of the ones that just hit me, I'm sure everyone around here who's in touch with their community is hearing how tough things are right now. And this is one of those little goodwill gestures for a family with 2 or 3 kids. It may only add up to $30 or $40 over a year that they save through. But in these kinds of times, do we want to make it more accessible or less accessible for children to go swimming. And so that's really the rationale behind here. I understand there'll probably be some hesitation about playing in the fees and charges table, and there might be some opposition on that basis, which is fine, but I'm putting this forward as the idea. Now, in the spirit of trying to be fiscally responsible, I've recommended some areas where costs could be offset from this. It's a $29,000 cost to hold that fee at $4. Note, I'm saying recommend but not directing, because this is a operational matter and our staff, I think, can determine where to go through. And I've even built it into 1, 2 and 3 so that if there are strong feelings that some of those offsets may not be suitable, councillors can vote accordingly to their way. So this is just a little bit of a thing to keep pools accessible, especially thinking about those that, you know, are on limited incomes, those who have been callously laid off in the public sector and are still struggling with mortgages, and a 12.2% rates increase and the other things to come through. So I hope I'll have your support. I understand, though, that there may be some hesitancy around here, and let's go to questions.
So yes, we'll take questions. The first one is from Councillor Pannett.
I'm sympathetic to A but not to B. I'm just wondering legally whether we can just, we agree, for example, the resilience fund, and that's the amount of money. The external staff recruitment potentially could be a little bit tricky too.
So you're asking a question about?
Yeah, I'm asking a question about the legalities of that, given we've made an agreement to put that money aside, and whether staff can then just...
Yeah. So in both, and I don't know enough about the Building Heritage and Resilience Fund, sorry, but the external staff recruitment and the external leadership training, we have certainly stripped those costs in there right back, you know, and so I think really reflecting for external staff recruitment, there are some specialist roles across the organisation that we do require specialist, recruitment agency support to actually fill, although, we have managed the budget right down given the current environment that we are operating in. So we probably couldn't find that kind of saving from those, but as I read this rec, it's not specific to those areas. Those are ideas, and we could certainly look to find the $29,000 elsewhere at our discretion through our budgets.
But the Built Heritage Incentive Fund, you can just take money...
No, we couldn't take it from that. So, but what the point that we're saying is, you could take out... It's irrelevant because I think the way that this is worded is Councillor McDonald's saying be offset through discretion and through the reductions too. You could take out those 3 areas because we couldn't take it necessarily out of those areas, but we can look to other areas.
But we can, when we get to the end of questions, we'll take a brief adjournment to see if you want to amend your, and that's why we're not seconding, because we're thinking ahead, we're looking around corners. All right, Councillor Free.
Yeah, so perhaps my question has been answered. I actually couldn't remember whether we even still had a Building Heritage and Resilience Fund, or was it changed to an Earthquake Resilience Fund. But yeah, I think being specific like that is too narrow, so I'd be happier if it was just at officer discretion. Thank you. And it does raise for me also issues around some of our caregivers that we let in for free, up to 2, I think, but never mind.
We are on questions. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for this. And I'm generally in agreement with that, despite the fact that I want to fine...
A question, Councillor.
Yep, fine every dollar that we can for council. But can you tell me whether this was at the behest of feedback from residents, or is it because you don't know what 20 cents looks like?
I think that's not a helpful question, Councillor, and so you don't need to answer it, Councillor McNulty.
Sorry, the question is that, did you get this from feedback from residents?
No, we're doing questions of officers, and I think if you've got something you'd like to say in debate, Councillor Chung, we look forward to hearing it there. Deputy Mayor Foon. Right, Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, my question was just around, in terms of setting fees and charges, what policy we use to do that, and whether it takes into account the ratepayer subsidy versus user pays.
So in terms of fees and charges, they are set through, they were set through the LTP process. What we are doing through the annual planning process is we're reflecting an increase of inflation, which was part of our financial policy. So this is why it was going from $4 to $4.20. That's just a matter of course, and that's the process that we usually follow.
So if B wasn't recommended, is there a way in which you can envision this would be funded? Is this something that would be debt funded or just kind of absorbed through budgets?
We would absorb it through some budgets. We would have to look through all of those budgets and see where we could find those. But and it might be taking $5 from every budget or something. I'm being flippant in that regard, but we would look at all different options.
Yes, Pauiwi Kelly, just a quick one. What's the current cost? $4. Okay. Going to take a brief adjournment for.
I have an incredibly easy suggestion. We can just cut B off that. Recommend this cost be offset at officer discretion.
Wonderful. And do you have a seconder, Councillor?
Yeah, Councillor Abdul-Rahman's happy to.
Okay, and would you like to speak now, Councillor?
Thank you, Councillor McNulty. It's really interesting to see the fee increases in general and specific to the swimming for children as well. A lot of people who sit around this table and a lot of people who write this report as well, we might not understand what $40 or $50 means for the family of 3 or 4 who wants their children to take it to swimming pools every weekend. It means a lot. And because of those very little things, costs, a lot of families, they're not taking their children to swimming. They're not teaching their children swimming lessons. A very sad, good example would be an African child, a Kenyan background, who drowned in Laura Hutt, Avalon Park recently. And when we had a lot of discussion with family how that can improve, a lot of families, they just mentioned the importance of teaching children at early age. But there is limitations for a lot of those communities. $4 itself is big enough, let alone increasing $40, $50 a year to those families. And in the future, I think those are the kind of things we really need to look at it. And sport is another area. But for now, I just leave it with a positive note. It's a good place to go to. It's not a lot of money. It costs only about $30,000. Yes, it's a lot of money, but for those families, it's going to make a difference. I encourage each and every one of you to support this amendment and vote in favour.
Councillor Pennant.
Just really briefly, I will be supporting it. It's been a long, ongoing issue around the cost. My view is we need to go further, probably, and we need to make it free. Just given the appalling social cost of drownings in this country, we have a terrible record on that. I think we should do better, and obviously that's why this council invested a lot in school pools, so that we could make sure that kids did get affordable access to swimming education.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this. I have less so an issue with what we are doing, but just, I guess my focus is more around the process, and this may have been an envisioned argument from myself or predicted, but I do think if we are going to talk about the costs that we are passing on to users, a more appropriate way to do that is in a long-term vision through a policy setting that would more directly communicate to the organisation how we wanted fees to be recouped through these activities. So I'm happy to support this in this instance, given the, I guess, perhaps lack of hesitancy from officers in terms of its organisational impact. But I think if we do want to have that broader conversation, we should bring it to a policy setting and really have that long-term focus.
Pauiwi Kelly. I quickly had a look at what the other charges are in the region, in particular in Porirua, and for Tōtōpū Arena it is $4.20, and that also includes for a child, and that also includes free entry for the caregiver that's bringing them in, and in Cannons Creek it's $1.20. So, well, 20 cents isn't a lot. I take the point of, and it is in line with what Porirua is I take the point of what Councillor McNulty is saying, that times are hard right now, people are struggling, and I just think that maybe this isn't the time for us to put an increase, even if it is only 20 cents. I know that accumulatively it all adds up and will give us extra pūtea, but given this is children learning to swim, and this is something that I'm particularly passionate about. In fact, an organisation that I work for, we provide swimming lessons. Well, essentially they're free with our holiday program, which is $60 a week for the holidays, and that includes swimming lessons. And that came about, Councillor Abdurrahman, when we had about 6 or 7 children drowning in Porirua about 8 years ago. And it was essentially because they couldn't swim. So, well, I see why we're putting this up and how we have to, keep in touch with inflation or the rest of it. Maybe officers, this just isn't the time for the an increase. And for those in Wellington who are looking for a really nice place to go swimming, that's cheap and has outdoor space, Cannons Creek Pool is very good for children, and it's $1.20.
Thank you for that advertising. Councillor Young, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, I would. So I just feel that I don't understand with this complete focus on a small section of the population, which is parents with young children, because there are lots of people who have financial problems at the moment because of mortgage rates, because of insurance costs, and some of these people are on fixed incomes. And I really don't think that 20 cents is going to make much difference at all. And I'd just like to point out that in the good old days, we used to swim in the harbour, which is free, and that's where I learned to swim, although it took me a long time to learn how to dive in the sea. So I won't be voting for this.
Councillor McNulty, right of reply.
Just very quickly, thank you everyone for your contribution. Look, we're the cheapest city in the region to have a swim, and I actually think that's a goal we should aspire to retain. Well, sorry, actually with Cannons Creek now that has come through, but given our uniform charges, I'll say we're the cheapest in the region. Well, it should be an aspirational goal that we try to stick to, but thank you, Puiwi Kelly, for the tip. I'll have to take the kids out there as well. Look, I respect the argument around policy settings, but I'm more interested in what's some tangible change right now in these types of times. I mean, obviously I'd like to look at more extensive changes in swimming as fees as general, but this is just about what can we deliver that's quick and easy. So thank you, leave it there. Let's go to the vote.
So, yep, we'll go to the vote now.
I put my vote up on the chat because I can't find the thumbs down.
Thank you, Councillor. That is carried. Just a little check-in. We don't have, lunch has not arrived yet. So what we will do, we will start on Councillor Calvert's amendments, and hopefully we could maybe get to move them and have some questions, and then we'll break for lunch. Yes? Yes. On the other side. We've been very resource conscious.
Some of us struggle with turning a piece of paper over.
We should have written PTO. Over to you, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. It's quite appropriate that we follow, these amendments are following on from the last one, because I'm not talking about saving 20 cents, I'm talking about saving 20 million. But it's all relative. Look, these amendments are really reflecting what the community's been telling us and what they're saying. People are doing it tough out there. And look, I think it was great that we could do a 20-cent reduction for children's swimming. But as we pointed out, there's a broader policy aspect to this. But as Councillor McNulty said, we need to take some action now. And it's all about listening to the community. So the first amendment up is we have several options for the Pōneke bike network. I'm saying that as a council, we should be going with option 3 as our preferred one. That will save us $20 million. We are putting extra money into our budget to cope with what we know is essential services for our water. We have to add in an extra 20 million for 25 million for capex, another 5 million for opex. And we also know that we are really going to be doing our best to strengthen the Begonia House, which brings us to the next one. I mean, as officers said previously, we had in November, December, we had decided to put demolishing the Begonia House up as an option. I think we've heard enough that, and I appreciate what the Mayor has done in terms of making the preferred option to retain it. I think we should, there's so much other stuff in this document for people to be consulted on. I think we should remove the option to demolish it. Retain the information by any means, because people can still come back with ideas, but at least just let's say, look, this is not really a viable option going forward. And you know, when we go out and talk with people and consultation, and I think the elected members around the table and Pui will be keen to go out and engage with our communities, but having one formal session per ward doesn't match the geographic natures of our ward. And I know particular for Northern and Onslow Western. Onslow Western, we have two distinct parts, and that's why it's two parts to the name, Onslow and Western. Western is Karori and around there, Northland. Onslow is the old Onslow Borough of Wadestown, Nio, Kandala. And so we need to go out to the people, and having two per ward, I don't believe is onerous, and officers said they can accommodate that. I think we also need to, we don't paint the picture well enough of where our debt has come from, where it's heading, as well as our operational expenditure. When we present proposals to people and to Wellingtonians, they need to understand how does that impact on the overall picture of things. And I think having a clear graphic in our consultation document up front will present that. And I'm not just talking about the next 10 years, I'm talking where we've come from, because where we've come from over the last 3 years has it's been the foundation to where we're going in the future. And then the last amendment is the biggie, and this is where, you know, we know since it's 12.2%, there are additional costs even on top of that. And to be honest, I'm astounded that we are saying we can't afford to pay our extra rates on water utilities, which amounts to $16.5 million. So we're basically not paying it, yet we are expecting our ratepayers to pay the rates increase. I just don't know how we can look at ourselves really without, you know, with a straight face, because we are saying we as a council can't afford it, so let's not pay it. Yet we are going out to our ratepayers and saying, if you don't pay it, we're taking you to court. So we need to strengthen our fiscal control of the city. Now, whether that, with these savings of 20 million, now that's roughly, it's a small part of our operating expenditure budget, which I think is around 950 million, and I'm sure Andrea will correct me or adjust that accordingly, but it's around about that figure, which is probably just over 2% of the overall operating budget. It's not, in the big scheme of things, it's not a lot of money. And so it's about equivalent to saving 20 cents on something that's going to cost 39K. So look, and I know, listening to my colleagues, they say, well, where are you going to take, you've got to say where you want to take the money from. Well, as elected members, all we have is two spreadsheets at a high-level activity code. We don't have the resources to drill down into that. So I've looked at some high-level options. There may well be more, and I take into account Councillor McNulty actually highlighting a couple of areas. But I think the onus is on us. If we're saying we can't afford to pay extra rates for water, then surely if we don't make some equivalent cuts, how can we expect our ratepayers to pay the rates? So look, if there's the odd tweak, and thank you, Chair, for the process that we've gone to date, which enables that to happen more smoothly. But I do ask you for your support, because this is looking at the big picture as well. We have to eat our own dog food, basically, because people out there are suffering. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to questions. I have some. Look, and I'm going to let myself maybe have 4 because there's 4 bullet points there. So the first, I think probably to Anna, just about the total quantum for that Wellington tourism amount, what that goes to, and any advice you can give us. I'm sorry, I know this is on the hoof, about what removing that.
Could I just make an overarching comment in regard to those, and I can come to the detail of the first one. I think it's important that these reductions, any reduction of 20 million is going to be material, and they would be levels of service changes. So that would require consultation in the annual plan. So I'm just wanting to make sure that everyone's clear on that before.
That was actually going to be my final question once I'd gone through.
So you can go through each of the areas, but that's the process that would need to follow.
So do you have, I'm sorry, Anna, to put you on the spot, but...
That's right. That the funding for Wellington, New Zealand to pay for tourism activities comes from the downtown targeted rate. It's about $8.4 million, I think. And what that covers is things like their tourism marketing, major events funding, and all that. Actually, that might be additional, actually. So tourism and the business kind of events activity. So what the impact of that is likely to be reduced spend in our community. So you'd see a reduction in visitors coming as a result of reduction in that investment.
My second question was about the cut to housing operations and maintenance. I guess I'm interested in what sort of total funding we're looking at, and what sort of things I'm sorry, I was looking for Easton or Peter. What kind of services may be cut in relation?
I note that this account 1125, I've just had advice, is debt funded, so this wouldn't go to the rates.
Through you, Chair, Easton has just gone to have an important meeting with someone on announcements for later on tomorrow. Sorry, I can't answer that question right now on this. We'd have to have a look and see what we were going to do here.
Thank you. Tanako?
I think that's probably the OPEX that we're using for the demolition of mob and cab, which is debt funded.
And I guess, sorry, it's my final question, is about that fourth point. And I guess I'm interested in how much has already been cut from these budgets, which I understand has been significant, and actually absorbing inflation, etc.
So we've absorbed all the inflationary pressures where we haven't been able to do so, though we've brought that advice back to you in previous decisions. We have made, I think it's $30 million of savings over the past 3 or 4 years in terms of ensuring that we've really stripped things down. That doesn't include, though, the things like the inflationary pressures that we've absorbed. We just absorbed that, we've absorbed that as a matter of course, and then we've made deliberate targets. I would note that we have brought back to council areas where levels of service changes could be cut. And so with Councillor Calvert, you noted that, we've only got the line items. We have provided advice on where operational savings could be made and decisions could be made on that, and that advice still stands.
Deputy Mayor Phoenix.
Thank you, Chair. You asked my question, but I'll go to 25A. Just regarding extra consultation in the community, I just wanted to understand better from officers how we could, what's their position on this, and would it be extra cost, and have we got the capacity to do so?
I think it's really important to look at our overall engagement approach that we're taking for this, and so we've added quite a comprehensive review if you look at the overall suite of it. The drop-in sessions tend to attract about 30 people per drop-in session, so I just conscious of the overall return of that. At the moment, we would need to look at, because of the amount of engagement we're doing for this process, we don't currently have the resource, so we would need to look at how to do that. But of course, if you instruct us to do it, we'll work out a way to make that happen. I would just question the value that it would bring versus everything else we're already doing.
Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, my question was kind of in relation to consultation as well, and it was around what plans we have in place to address some of those concerns around geographic spread of particular wards, or what strategies we have in place to mitigate the effects of that.
I think most of our engagement, councillor, is digital, but we have also a number of in-person hui as well. So what we can do with that digital engagement that we do is make sure that it's reaching everyone right across Wellington from a geographic spread perspective, but as well as from different age groups and kind of cultural backgrounds as well. So we do targeting in terms of how we get information out there to make sure we are reaching as many in our community as possible.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I guess an additional question to that as well, knowing that some people either can't or prefer not to engage digitally, what other forms of engagement have we got planned for people who may have those preferences?
We have got, obviously we're doing a drop-in session in every ward. We're doing 2 or 3 different hui with youth and universities. We've got direct engagement with Hapori Māori. Obviously all of our committees, that we work with as well. So a number of in-person opportunities, yeah.
I'm wondering if my question that I asked earlier, which I could ask again, which was about there's an amendment to cut from 1125 housing operations and maintenance, which I understand is a debt funded, but what actually the total amount there and what it is used towards? Sorry.
All right, Easton's got his mind on another conversation.
I can come back to that.
Can we?
I'll put myself back on the list. All right, Councillor Free.
So I went right back into the document to try and work out what you're referring to with your option 3 for the Pōneke bike network, and I'm just wondering if that's clear to staff. I think I know what the councillor means, but is it clear?
There is a thumbs up from Liam.
So we're talking about basically the just finish off a few things option, quite a reduced option.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, and just in respect to 25B about asking that the consultation document provide clearer graphics to understand the growth in the council's debt level and expenditure. Has officers got any commentary that would be difficult to do, or is that all possible?
Look, we are certainly happy to look at what improvements can be made. What I would say is the 21 to 23 time frame, we're only consulting on the 24 to 34 time frame, so this is an extended time frame. So it's not clear why we would make that change in the consultation document for a 24-34 document, and we're only amending we're consulting to amend the LTP, not to create new information, so we just need to work through that.
Okay.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Anna, my understanding when it comes to the consultation is that you have one for the ethnic community, but you are using the funding that allocated last year for different things. Is that right?
I have to come back to you on that. I'm not sure.
Because we are approving, I would like to know that before we approve the paper today.
Can we just clarify what funding you're referring to?
Funding for ethnic community, about 30,000 to have a hui approved last year.
So this wouldn't be in replacing that hui?
I think I wanted to check if that money is not going to be used. I think I read somewhere similar. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you. Regarding consultations, last night I discussed this with the our residents association. Their clear preference.
It's a question, Councillor.
have a town hall style meeting, and so if we actually held that in our ward, would council officers be available to attend this or to participate?
You're more than welcome to attend, to arrange one of those sessions yourself, and we can provide you with all of the material that is needed. But no, it would not be our preference to attend a town hall style meeting. It's not the environment that that doesn't kind of prioritise health and safety for our staff.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yes, 2 questions. Thanks, Chair. So just 25B, with what's being requested here, what are officers already planning, and will this make a big difference to what we're already going to communicate to the community?
So the information in the consultation document attached is what we're proposing. My read of this is it's asking for financial information over a different horizon, so bringing back, starting at 2021. That's not relevant to this consultation period. That said, some of the underlying information is available through the documents behind this, including the financial strategy, and our consultation document must include references to where people can find the underlying information.
Oh yes, Anna.
I've just got a response for you, Councillor Abdurrahman. We aren't using that budget allocated.
All right.
Sorry, Chair, I did have one.
Oh, yes, off you go.
Yeah.
Sorry, Laurie.
And just in regard to 3D, I just want to get an understanding from officers of what the impacts changing this would have were it to pass in terms of long-term congestion, emissions and any other impacts.
I don't know if we've had enough time, Deputy Mayor, to actually work through the implications of this, because we've only recently seen this, although in fairness to Councillor Calvert, it was provided last night or yesterday. So we haven't worked through the dollar impacts or the impacts in behaviours or anything like that. I mean, you can take the dollar impact from the consultation document, but none of the service provision type impacts, we haven't worked through that.
Back to my question about the housing line. Who wants to take it?
So through you, Chair, I can answer that, having just quickly taken some advice. Just really briefly, the 1125 cost centre covers a raft of costs for social housing maintenance and facilities, including facilities maintenance that we talked about earlier in terms of that contract, reactive maintenance, but all the depreciation associated with all of our rates or overheads, all that kind of stuff. So taking costs out of there would have impacts on the facilities maintenance contract we're trying to negotiate going forward, and it might also impact levels of service that we need to do for our for TTM's tenants in terms of reactive maintenance. So it's quite a large ask.
What's the quantum in that budget line?
Where's the quantum?
Yep.
Sorry, for reactive maintenance, 2 million.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Sorry, can I just clarify, because I've looked at the operational expenditure and I thought the net budget that's costing us is round about 24 million. So can you just clarify that? I just don't want people to, yeah.
Correct. The net budget is 24, and so we've got the lease revenue from Te Toi Mahana and the associated costs for depreciation, interest, overheads, maintenance, etc.
Thank you. I have a question around E about the options to consult on for the Begonia House and whether removing the demolition option would expose us to legal risk.
Through you, Chair.
Beth standing up. I know you're a lawyer, James. Thank you.
That's right. So our advice, so this is obviously a decision for you as the councillors to make around what is your reasonably practicable options. Our advice based on the CapEx program reductions and the objectives of that is that demolition is a reasonably practicable option, and as such it would be best practice to include that within the consultation document.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was just double checking when I read through where we were doing drop-in sessions per ward. I had assumed that was also the Māori ward, and so just confirming that with the current amendment, your interpretation is that we would also have double in the Māori ward as well.
Correct.
Sorry, I was still waiting for an answer. Right, just to draw attention that there is an error in the printout that you have, and it's corrected on the screen, that point 4, Town Hall project, is part of Councillor Calvert's amendment. So apologies for that, that's not in your printout. I do... CapEx, is it CapEx?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's not really an OPEX line that we could use to adjust rates? No, okay. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Anna, and page 673 says this. On April 10, 2024, the Social, Cultural and Economic Committee agreed to provide funding for a multicultural forum in 2024 for ethnic community stakeholders to provide advice and input to Council. Because the LTP amendment and annual plan and WSDM are priority projects for the Council, we propose hosting a multicultural forum on this combined consultation. So basically, you're probably using that funding to combine with the...
No, we're proposing to do a multicultural forum, but not to use that funding. There's a separate funding provision for engagement as part of the LTP amendment process. So it's probably just confusing, sorry, in terms of the wording that the budget is associated with the fact that we intend to hold a multicultural forum.
So can we just take that one, the decision we made in April 10, separately, and this forum to be separate only for annual plan and long-term plan amendment, and the forum can be hosted?
Councillor, let's take this offline because we've got an amended substantive in front of us. We would have to change the document through the leave of the meeting or by amendment. So if you can talk to Anna and look at that wording, we can do that over the lunch break. I am proposing that we go to lunch now and that we come back. Let me just check because that clock is, yes, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock, half an hour for lunch. Thank you. Sorry, guests, we're starting the meeting. Councillor Brown. Sorry, thank you. Councillor Calvert, do you have a seconder? Councillor Randall, would you like to speak now, Councillor Randall?
Oh, no, sorry, do I just clarify that everyone's seen the slightly amended version to the
Oh,
hard
sorry, I
copy?
wasn't aware that there was an amendment. Sorry.
Oh, no, there wasn't. It's just that the online version is slightly different to the printed version.
Yes, I've already clarified that for everybody before the break. Councillor Randall, would you like to speak now?
I'd like to reserve my...
Okay, so we are now open to debate on these amendments. Councillor Pannett.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to briefly speak to the Begonia House now. So I would just, first of all, like to thank the community, the staff and the media, all who have been very helpful and supportive on this building. I'd also like to thank the Mayor for her leadership, for listening. I know it's not your cup of tea, but you have listened, and that is our job. So I really, really am grateful for this, because otherwise we might have ended up having quite a divisive debate today on this particular one, because I was planning on bringing a separate amendment. So I thank you for that, and of course I thank my co-conspirator, Councillor Young, because we've been working on that together. So I think this is a good way forward. I just want to emphasise, which is why I keep asking those questions, that we already have some money in the budget. We'd have to spend a bit more, so the gap between what we need to do the basic job and what the money we would have to spend if we demolish it is getting narrower. It is demanding for the community to raise money, so I don't think we can have too much optimism about that, but I'm sure people will try. And I think having a bit of a stretch target to say, look, if we really want to future-proof this building, let's put some more money in now so that it doesn't need to be dealt with. I also just want to finish off with acknowledging that I've heard the challenge around that some people do not see it as relevant to them. They see it as a colonial relic, and that is true, like our libraries. It is a colonial institution, the way of collecting things and classifying them, all of that. But like libraries, this facility can change radically, and so that it is fit for purpose for the 21st and 22nd century, and is absolutely critical, not just because it's a free public space and a wonderful events space and part of the city's history, but because it is critical that we put nature at the centre of our city. Without plants, because we were having a debate over plants versus pipes. Plants, we literally cannot survive. This is year 10 biology, if not before. We do need them. We need to grow people's connections, because then we are less likely to kill and destroy. So I think it's absolutely critical, the fact that it forms this triangle between Otari and Zealandia is wonderful, and just the potential there is huge. So I know some people have changed their views. I want to thank you for that, and I hope we can move forward together for a new future for this building. Kia ora.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
I'm also supporting some of this, and especially the Begonia House. As some of you remember, recently we were asked by Harriet from the Post, what is our priority for the year? 3 things to mention, and my one was to fight for community facilities, fight against privatization. So to begin with this one, when I mentioned the community facility, I mentioned specifically Begonia House and Kandala Pool. And the community fighting for what they believe or for something they really care about, and seeing them like today turning up in big numbers gives me a lot of hope, and how politicians can change their mind when the community stand up for what they believe in. And when we also listen, it shows that we are listening, we are really representing the community. So I would like to say thank you for the fight, and Skaden and the team, and the Begonia House friends, and I think the fight will continue. and I hope this amendment will go through. But if it go to consultation, I think you need to mobilize that 5,000, 12,000 people to feed back into it, and then politicians, obviously, they are softened now, so you can see it, and you have to continue that fight. And thank you for making this amendment, Councillor Calvert, and I will finish it there.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much. I'd like to speak to all of these points. So do I get 3 minutes for each of them?
No. And I'm just using up some of your time, Councillor.
Okay, there's been a poll put out, released this week, a courier poll, and they talked about the bike network, and the vast majority of Wellingtonians, they said they don't want any more money spent on it. The second one, Begonia House. I've been up to Begonia House probably more times than I've been up there in the last 20 years and just in the last month or so. And every time I go up there, I see something different and I get a feedback from the people who are up there. I was up there when 2 tour buses arrived up there, and they all loved it. They went up there and they said, what a great place, and they compared it to Ali Pali in London. So, you know, how can we even think about demolishing that? So, and the seafood shelter is great at the CAF too. The drop-in sessions, the consultation, I discussed that with our Residents Association last night, and we're quite prepared to sort of have a town hall style meeting in 2 different places, and so we would like, appreciate Anna's assistance and material, even if the staff are not willing to come. So that would all be good. So that'll help the residents up there. And the last one's always. Yeah, I don't mind where the money comes from, but I think that we should be making these savings. Thank you. Was that under 3 minutes or was
that? Was like a minute and a half, Ray. I'll add that on to your next speech. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Just like Councillor Chung, I don't think I do want to speak to many of them. Just with Pōneke, I think the reason why this is part of a strong strategic policy of councils is that we are talking about a systems change in the way we move around the city. And what is actually happening is we've got intergenerational change. We've got young children now learning to ride, and I'm getting a lot of emails or seeing them about parents riding to school with their children. And that's actually the behaviour change we want, not for everybody, but for those that can. And that's what this cycleway network is actually providing, the opportunity that our city is not clogged up with traffic in the next now and then for years to come, let alone, as we know, the other opportunities here to reduce emissions and congestion. So I just think that we need to be cognizant that we stay the course. So I cannot support you on this one. Also, just at the transport budget, the Cycleways program, we reduced it by over 120k in the last 2 LTPs, which, as you know, I was really unhappy about, but it's only 6% of the whole transport budget in CapEx and nearly 6% in OpEx. So I think it's something that we need to hold on to. Begonia House, just thank you to all the submitters this morning, and you gave good submissions, and it helped me reappreciate the passion for Begonia House. And I too love it, as I love everything in the city, but we've got a real problem here with capital. So my choice is that I don't see Begonia House as a super big priority, considering what we've got ahead of us. So I'm sorry, I won't be supporting this submission, your amendment, because I actually do want to keep it as a preferred option, while I will remain open. And I don't support any of your others, particularly around tourism and reducing that budget. I think we've heard loud and clear from all businesses that the economic strategy to bring people into the city is the best one we've got at this immediate moment. So that one in particular, I don't think you're on the money there with that amendment. That's all from me.
Do you want to speak now, Councillor Randall? Thank you.
Thank you, committee members. For me, having this amendment, thanks to in seconding this, I want to ask that you look at it from there's two elements to it, which I think are quite disconnected. One element is really about the engagement and about how we tell the city and our residents what is coming and what we're proposing. And because we're making some big decisions, although the long-term plan amendment is focused on re-establishing and reducing the capital program to re-establish our insurance debt headroom, it's also incorporating the incoming changes from water and the new water entity. And there's, of course, things on the side, Begonia House, the waterfront edge protection. There's a lot of money moving around. And so I asked you to really seriously consider supporting 25A and B in the interests of making sure that people have a better chance to understand what we're doing. In terms of the debt, in terms of the debt, I do think it's an advantage to look at the picture from 2021 going forward. And the reason is, having been a resident, long-time resident, but doing submissions, the consultation period is vital, of course, but you often are missing the starting point, which is where you're coming from. And I think this is the intention to say we're coming from the 2021 period, and we want to be able to give people a chance to understand where we were versus where we're going. And for that reason, I think that's important. Also, we've got extra rates, and we've also got 7 years where we are not having sufficient debt headroom, which is a long time, and we're going to debate issues around that. I think, too, better public engagement. I'm from the Northern Ward. We have 2 communities. It's separated by many kilometres of road and motorway. The public transport's very poor, and so having 2 drop-in sessions, one in Tawa, one in Johnsonville, is really needed up north. I'm not saying, so I hope you'll ask for that, and we can talk about it with officers. In terms of the spending priorities, I think we really need to focus and make hard decisions, and I don't think we've quite made the hard decisions yet. I ask you to say that the $19.3 million we will save from picking option 3 in the bike network versus option 1 is a hard decision, but it's one we must make because the alternative is to not spend money on water, not perhaps demolish the Begonia House. And in my mind, the public has had enough. We have got a lot of cycleways in place, and it's time perhaps to finish what started. We're not saying cut everything, finish what started, significant amount, and go from there. And the same applies to the other options about getting some more savings. We're not asking to cut everything. We're asking officers to go and spend the month where we're having our plan under audit and look at what they can identify in terms of reduced expenditure, both in capital and operating, because we need to offer the best option for a city under pressure. Thank you very much.
I've got myself next on the speaking list, and I just want to thank Councillor Calvert for her amendments, and I think that challenge that was presented at the December 17th meeting about specific options, I really want to acknowledge that you have done that. And I guess when I look at the options, I just reflect on how difficult it is for elected bodies to make cuts. It's really hard, and it is... we're in the situation where we are compelled, really, to make, especially capital cuts. And in the community, like around this table, everybody wants you to cut things they don't like and use, and not cut things they like and use. And ultimately, what we have to do is go to the public with some options, listen to those options and make decisions as we are elected to do, and ultimately find a majority of councillors who are willing to make a decision and cut something. And that's really hard. And actually, the idea that we can never cut or change anything is just... If we do that, we'll really never be able to significantly do new things. So that we have to make hard decisions, as you say, Councillor Randall. I guess looking at those 4 options, the last 4, which is really what I want to focus on, I think both would be almost impossible to actually make audit with these recommendations as said, because I think it probably would require another round of audit, depending on what we did, and another round of consultation because they represent a service level change. But also, much of it is debt funded and capital, and I actually don't have confidence that when it came back to make a decision on these things, that a majority of people would vote for them when they saw the reality. And I don't think you could get to 20 million from what I've heard about the amounts. So just, I want to thank recognise the effort, but I won't be voting for any of those. Next on my list is Councillor Young online.
Thank you. So just briefly, I do like to support Councillor Randall and Councillor Carville because we've been through a few things together, like the Reading Cinema, and I will do so today. Just a couple of things I would like to say. First of all, I really appreciate the conciseness of the amendments. There aren't 20 and they're all very clear, so that's great. I do like brevity. I am bemused at the Deputy Mayor being so keen to demolish Begonia House at the same time as wanting to encourage tourism when it's our second most visited building. So just want to point out that slight contradiction there. I am very concerned about the turbocharging of rates in Wellington, probably across the whole country. And there are a number of issues that I'll say them here now rather than going later on. I think it is insanity to even contemplate fencing the waterfront. They don't do it in Venice, they don't do it in Amsterdam, and yet both cities are riddled with waterways. And we have to accept that life is a risk business, as we all know when we go into the elections. You never know if you're going to come out the other side. But although I disagree with some of these things, I do think it has to go to consultation. I think we will be, possibly some of you will be surprised at the consultation. I hope I'm not. But I hope even more so that we do pay attention to what we hear back from the consultation. And I would just say with the Begonia House, I'm really grateful. Mascannell and the Friends of the Botanic Gardens have done a wonderful job. They should be running political campaigns for us because they've done such a great job. I'd like to thank Councillor Iona Pannett. She's put in a lot of work, and all the other people who have come forth to help and highlight its value. Of course, I know its value because it was always a very calm oasis. My mother used to take us there with 5 rowdy children. It was a great place to go there and keep us quiet, probably hoping we get stung by some nasty plant. I don't know. Anyway, I'd just like to say I will be supporting these amendments, even if I don't entirely agree with some of them, because it's just a consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And this isn't a comment directed at you specifically, but just a reminder, as we discussed yesterday, if we could keep our comments about the waterfront very sensitive, that I am sure that there will be families of bereaved who will be listening to our debate. So just a little reminder there. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was just going to touch on some of the points within this amendment. One of the things that I did hear the mover raise was we've heard enough, and that was in reference to Begonia House, which I do find to be in contrast of many of the other statements that Councillor has made around the table about making sure we do get to hear everyone's views. And if she is to be believed on 25A in terms of trying to make sure that we hear from more people in community consultation, it would be contradictory to that statement. I think in terms of the Begonia House, we've spent a lot of time as a council talking about reasonably practicable options, and I still believe that this is a reasonably practicable option. Do I have premonitions about how I might see the consultation happening? Yes, I do, but I want to engage in it in an open mind and actually listen to what the community has to say. And given that this is an option that the community could theoretically ask us to undertake, I do think it's important that we highlight that it's an available option to them. In terms of the drop-in sessions, I've heard your discussions around geographic spread. I do think that it's important when we are looking at our engagement strategy to think about the many dynamics that are involved in the representation of people who do make submissions, and I do find in my historical attendance at sessions like those, they do tend to represent views that are already quite well represented in other forms of submission-making processes. And so I think it would be better for us as a council to continue to push the organisation to think about ways that we engage a very wide plethora of people rather than continuing to focus on particular demographics who might be served by the outcomes from specific types of engagement, and I think that's come across quite clearly in reports that we have received, and that kind of led to things like the Citizens' Assembly. I do hear about the issues around, particularly, I guess, my understanding around people who do not wish to use or cannot engage with technology, and I do think it is important to consider those factors. But when listening to what Anna had discussed in terms of the availability of physical material and the sessions that we were already providing in terms of where we can make an investment to hear the most people's voices, I wasn't convinced by the movers' argument that doubling the number of in-person sessions was the most effective way to do that. They might have other contributions and right of reply, but at this stage I'm not convinced that doubling those sessions would make the impact that has been advertised by the mover. And then I agree with my colleagues on many of the other elements of the submission, particularly around the levels of service that would be required to be changed, and I therefore think that Clause 11A in particular is not reasonably practicable.
Sorry, I think that's over to you, Councillor Calvert, for your right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your feedback. First up, Pōneke. I know a number of you won't be around this table, but in 2021, we had, in our long-term plan, we had $80 million for the bike network. We proposed, and I supported, putting an extra 50% in, brought it up to around about $120 million. Last-minute decision at the end of settling that long-term plan, Wellington Water then said, we need more money. Our advice from our officers was we don't believe they've got the capacity to deliver. So what we did as a council, I didn't personally vote for it, was that we put the extra $100 million not into our water, but into the cycle network. So really what we're doing here is, and we didn't have that money to put in effectively anyway. So this is not taking money away. This is actually just saying we shouldn't have put the money there because we didn't have it. And we chose not to even fund the water back then effectively. And as we've heard from our officers, Begonia House, we are not legally prevented from removing the demolition option. Let's be reasonable about this. Let's be realistic about it. It's not going to happen. Now, let's, sure, in the information, put in about what happens about the demolition costs. And if people do want to have a say about demolishing it, they still can, because we know with these consultation documents, and I appreciate not everyone's been around the table quite as long, is that people can submit other ideas. They're not prevented from going with the options, but let's not create even more angst in a community than we need to, because there are actually even bigger things in the Begonia House. There is the levels of our debt, and there's the levels of our operational expenditure. And I know even around this table, trying to find, every time when we try and find savings, it's cutting much loved projects, but we're not really dealing with some of the hardest things about service level reductions. And we've got to have that conversation. And I'm looking forward to the new chief executive starting, because I think we may then be able to start having those. And in terms of the consultations around the wards, and as you've seen from, I sent you all an extract from how many voters. You know, in the geographic wards, we've got, you know, roughly 30,000 voters in each ward, and we're saying we'll just come out one for that ward. And like the northern, you know, there's no between Kōrau and Ngaio Kandala, there's not a direct public transport route. It's all, you have to travel. If you want to travel by bike, fine. You can walk. It'll probably take you 2 hours, or you jump in your car, which pretty much people do. And it's not about even having town hall meetings. Yes, you can have town hall meetings. Look, I went, I popped my head into the, on Waitangi Day, there was, in Kandala Hall, the council was running a Te Tirisi session, a discussion. You know, there was no security there. Everybody, you know, people could drop in and talk about it. That's what people want. And why we say on long-term plan, it's a health and safety issue, but for Te Tiriti, it's not. I just don't understand. I think we have differing standards, and that's not the way to treat the people that are paying the bills and saying, we want to talk to you. And just because I don't want to do it online, I shouldn't be disadvantaged. And these ward meetings, anybody can attend anyway. And I know often we've had people, they've missed one, they go to another. And really, with a city of over 200,000, this is not onerous. With a staff of just under 2,000, this is not onerous when you repeat all the consultation material. And so, look, the options is asking officers to go and look at some. There may well be others, and they may well come back. I'd love to can the Golden Mile. I think it's a complete waste of money, other than updating Courtney Place. That's really where we needed to have those hard decisions, and we haven't, as a council, to carry on with that sort of thing. I think that's probably it. But again, I just want to reiterate, we are deciding which costs we're not funding ourselves. We're saying to our ratepayers, you've got to pay these rates increases, but we're not. Because that's what this is part of saying. And we're not prepared to make some hard decisions and some cuts. So we are not paying our water rates because we can't afford to. So just think about that. This is an 11A, investigate other options. May well mean service cuts. But as we know, with interpretation of the Local Government Act, there may not be need to go to consultation, or it could be work done that could be useful next year. But we have to start looking at where we can really save some money, because people are doing it out tough and they can't tell us, I haven't got enough money, I'm not going to pay my rates this year, because that's what we're doing, yet we're expecting them to pay. So I look forward to your support. Thank you.
Right, I assume we'll take all of these separately.
Division, please.
Okay, so 3 is fine, and then we'll just go to, so we'll start on 3D. So that is the Pōneke.
Could they go up on screen, please, so I can see as you go through them?
Just vote one, Nicola.
That is lost. Then we go to 3E, that is removing the Begonia House option, demolishing option. That has lost. Then we go to 25A, which is to double the per ward consultation sessions. That is carried. Then we go to 25B. Can we scroll up so I can read them? That is the additional graphic in the consultation document. That is carried. So do we do 11A separately and then each clause, or?
Can I make a suggestion that it doesn't really work? It was a sort of, if you take the sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, it was really looking at the overall, some overall things. It's not just taking complete money out of each one.
People happy to take it all together?
So I think just take it all
That's fine. Thank you, Councillor. That is lost. All right, that is all the amendments. So we go back to debate of the substantive. It's Councillor McNulty.
I want to actually start off thanking the Mayor and giving her quite a bit of credit in this. We've worked together on quite a few things on this, but the main thing I really want to give her credit of is the reality is without her moving a middle ground option on Begonia House, I think the impulses of this table would have been to gold plate the entire thing, and that has saved ratepayers $9 million at least. So that is, sometimes leadership is swallowing that, putting up something in the middle so that something worse doesn't come through. So we could have wasted more money, but you know, we've thrown $320 million of heritage at the town hall. What's another $10 million on top of that? Look, with the waterfront fencing, I just want to thank me again. So securing that consultation and going out to the public, it's right to go to the public. And actually, if we went forward with that without a consultation, it will politicise the long-term viability of safety improvements and create a target. You do have to bring the public with you on some of these big changes, especially on an area with that level of sensitivity. And I'll have a very open mind to hearing what the public has to say, and also looking forward to the coronial results when they come through. The last thing really in here is I'll cast everyone's mind back to June. By a casting vote, and thank you to the Chair for that casting vote, we decided to allocate that if there were any savings from the Town Hall project, that we'd flag them against water CapEx as in the first priority. Given now that we are putting $25 million to Wellington Water in this budget, it seems at least prudent to take that allocation, and that it could potentially offset the splurge that we are putting on the Begonia House. So I think that's, you know, for me, I would much rather see that saving from the town hall help ramp up the half a kilometre of pipes that are being replaced in a year. I think that would be a more prudent use. But it seems that councillors here are inclined to go for plants over pipes. So I'll leave it there. Thank you again on these changes. I think, you know, it reflects the will of this committee, albeit that we are throwing almost $50 million of spending back in for a single year. It will be interesting to see if the auditor comes back with any qualification and what that might lead to as well. Cheers.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. So I'm not going to relitigate everything because we've already been here before. So I just want to, a couple of points. So obviously a big thanks to staff. It has involved a lot of extra work for you because of the way we make political decisions. To the Chair and the Mayor, thank you very much for your guidance and your support through this process. That's helpful. So I'm going to talk about the waterfront fencing, and those of you who know me to be a very, very conservative person. So I just first of all want to start off by saying my heart, really goes out to the families of the victims, of people who have lost their lives on one of our most important public spaces. I can't even imagine the pain. So thank you very much for turning up to the coronial inquiry and giving your perspective on this. So I will be supporting money to, just bearing in mind, as we heard from Mr. Roberts, that it is about edge protection. It's not automatically all about fencing. I would obviously expect it would be targeted, in the most unsafe places, and obviously would be done in an aesthetically beautiful way. We've spent a lot of money on making this place good, but I am very comfortable with taking reasonable safety measures, and not just here on our roads where we cause carnage as well. As another example where we need to be more safety conscious. You may find my perspective then on the City to Sea Bridge puzzling. I think that's ludicrous. It is not going to kill anyone unless at the most catastrophic circumstances happen, in which case we've got much bigger issues. Whereas this, the access to the waterfront is a real risk on a daily basis, including that super dodgy jumping plank. I do not know how that got through health and safety as well. So I'm not going to move an amendment today, but I am very interested in looking at whether we can move the money from the bridge, just the bridge, so it's still in the budget, to go towards the fencing. So just giving you early indication of that. I just want to also give a huge shout out to Mate Moana. I have supported colonial heritage today, or its descendant. It was built in 1960. So I will always counterbalance that with making sure that we protect Indigenous lands, Indigenous biodiversity. It's absolutely critical, and it will be a massive, massive attraction for our city, our country, and hopefully would elevate again the role of mana whenua in looking after our land. So I think it's absolutely important, if we are talking about foreign biodiversity, we always do more for Indigenous biodiversity. And just the last, bikes, I'm not going to move an amendment around that. That still bothers me. I don't agree with cuts. We still need to keep making progress there. And the last point I just wanted to make was around the water entity, which has been curiously non-contentious. I am deeply concerned about going into yet another entity which wants a direct relationship with the consumer. I think this is a disaster. I'm disappointed that the left, I know why you've done it, but I'm disappointed that many people have come in behind this option. For once, Councillor Brown and I agree. I think we should be a standalone entity and that we be ultimately accountable. There are things that we have done well in the past, and maybe the Wellington Water experiment didn't work so well. So I think my concern is that there is a lot of focus on a whole lot of issues, but actually this water entity issue is probably the most important, and it won't get the attention it needs. So I hope people will submit on it and do have a really good think about the best way to do it. But, my view is that water entities are public entities that are directly accountable to the people that they serve, and that's the direction that we need to be taking. Kia ora.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Look, there's a couple of ones that I won't be supporting, and I've sort of referred to that. Number 7, the 16.5 million. While we talk about being debt funded, we've heard that we're not actually going to be paying our rates increase. So I can't say do as I say, not as I do to our ratepayers, and so I will not be supporting that. And it brings into the question of how much generally we are debt funding our operational expenditure. So basically putting on the credit card, our cup of coffee that we use today. And we heard even like with our housing is meant to be ring fenced from ratepayers, social housing. We're not meant to be, ratepayers aren't meant to be funding this. But what we found out is that it's being debt funded. Operational expenditure is being debt funded. So there's something seriously that we really got to look at it within our books, and obviously now's the time that we obviously haven't got. So and the other one I'm not supporting is number 13, which is Moana Reserve. I support in principle a reserve. I support in principle mana whenua being a partner in looking after it. I don't support the government putting more pressure on our ratepayers. They need to front up and help, and they need to fund some of this stuff. We haven't been, I know officers and some people have been privy to some of this information. We only found out about it last week. And we haven't had enough time to digest the impacts, and we're going out to our ratepayers saying, hey, this is a great idea, but we don't have all the information. And also, it's going to cost us money. And I'd like to see what the government is doing about this. So, and that might surprise some of you, but I will hold whoever's in government to account to make sure that they do their best for Wellington. And I'm not sure whether they certainly haven't taken into account, I think, different views. So it'll be interesting to see where that heads. And I understand the minister still to make a decision one way or the other. So again, I think it's a bit premature to include this in this document at the moment. Last but not least, I would just like to actually personally thank the chair for the meeting today. I think some of the little tweaks that we've agreed and made has really made this meeting move more quickly, more streamlessly, and I think we've for most, I think, dropped a little bit of the identity politics as well. And I think that I thank you all around this table for that. So just to help, we debate the issues, not the person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Free.
Thank you. I've tried not to speak more than I need to today, but I just want to speak about two things. Firstly, I did decide at the last minute to support having more consultation sessions, and partly that's because these are actually very big issues. There are enormous issues in here, and water reform, and for my local community, actually, Mata Moana is big. And so I think that by allowing for more consultation sessions, they can be used flexibly, and I'd like to see some ones really just dedicated to water reform, and one out in the east dedicated to Mata Moana. And, I'm not expecting it's just a double up. They can be used quite creatively, at least that's what I hope. So I did support that in the end. I do want to talk about what I'm not going to support. And again, I would like to add my thanks to the people who've helped make this process as pain-free as it could be, and to the staff who've had to step up and do an enormous amount of work since we made in my mind, the wrong decision about the airport, but that's just me. Yeah, I recognise the work, and especially for you, Chair, you've had a heap of work to do. But I cannot support what I see as a predetermined position on our water decision. And so anything that assumes that we have a position on a subject that's out for consultation, I'm actually not going to support. I'm also not going to support for another reason, for the same reason, but elaborating. I cannot support the $8 million for our share of the entity establishment costs, because I asked for some details, and really there weren't any details. Again, it feels to me like predetermining a position, and I don't see why we have to do that now. I think we could actually agree, when we do know what the money is, to come up with the money for whatever it takes, with a lot more information in front of us. I actually agree with you, Councillor Calvert. I don't think we should be putting rates on our credit card. I'm not going to support the $16 million being debt funded, $16.5 million, that's mentioned in item 7. And again, I don't think I know we had a briefing on this, but I'm still not entirely clear why we've got that extra charge and we didn't know we were getting it, but never mind. And the depreciation, number 8, presupposes an outcome, that's why I won't be supporting that. Apart from that, I think we've made the decisions we need to make, really, and I'm happy with the way the meeting's gone and the collective judgment that we're showing. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Phone.
Yes, kia ora everyone. I won't go into how good the meeting's been, but I've just said it, so thank you everyone. Probably what I'd like to, just more a bit about the copy, and I didn't want to bring an amendment because it creates fuss, but I am asking officers that if we can just give a little bit more focus in the economic section, because I think in the context of the challenges of central government job losses, just the way we've positioned it feels a bit weak, and I'd like to see a stronger acknowledgement of where we're at, and that we need to find a way to diversify our economy, and I think that will help stimulate conversations going forward, but hoping that will come under these chair delegations. I want to focus, just have a chat on Mata Moana. That's a really awesome celebration. Thank you, Mr. Andrews, for your update on that this week, but I think the way I see this is that I know that many councils have been working through this process and have been waiting, as well as our iwi Taranaki whānui. But I think I just go back to, I really thank the governors who came before us, who put aside the land for our green belt on the hills and our outer green belt, and how mighty that's been for this generation and generations to come, that make our city such a livable place. So I'm really excited about the story and looking forward to seeing how that eventuates and how the partnership works well. So I'm excited for that. And I do want to thank the Chair and Mayor for working together to find a good outcome for the waterfront edge protection situation, and acknowledging the fragileness of that whole situation. I would just want to thank the Friends of Begonia House and the Norwood family for coming in today. I'm happy to meet and chat, but my position will be that I won't be supporting the amendment to change that today, but I will, as I've said, remain open to how we go forward. Thank you.
Pui Hohaya.
Yeah, kia ora tātou. Just a couple of quick things. I mean, I'll be supporting, I think, most of these recommendations, but I particularly want to shout out to the Mātai Moana proposal. That'll come as no surprise. I'm really excited about the opportunity for Taranaki Whānui and the Council to work in genuine partnership around Mātai Moana. I mean, we've talked about it, the Tākaihere Agreement talks about it a lot. This is a chance for us both to step up, and I really look forward to that opportunity. So, kia ora tātou. Sorry, I just want to add one other thing. It's not insignificant that Taranaki Whānui has invited the Council to partner with us. And I say us with my iwi hat on. We should, it's only fitting that it goes to the public for consultation. So, kia ora tātou.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Just to speak to a few points, and one is regards to strategic public assets. And we previously voted on this, and following the October 10 vote, the mayor herself and most of you are in support of that vote. And the mayor said, I'm just one vote around the council table, and other councillors have voted for it not to proceed. I accept that. Now we must move on and look at other ways to address the challenges we face. And again, including this into the consultation seems for me a bit, we're going back and trying to look at it, how we can bring it to the vote. But I trust the councillors who promised to move on, including the mayor, will make the best judgment, either today by voting to exclude, not supporting that consultation to go ahead, to remove the airport, or we will see when it comes back. And some people would say, no, you can't do that. I would say, yes, we can. This is democracy. We are elected. We can do whatever we want. But when it comes to how that can be addressed, I don't have answer to that. But the answer should be our officers who can support us in that space. The second point is the age protection. It is really sad to know for all of us, more than 10 people, I think 9 people died in the last 10 years. And we cannot afford any other life to lose because we failed to do something in that space. Because of health and safety, we spending millions, about 30 million, I mean, including some other things, for the City-to-Sea bridge. But 11 million compared to that is, to be honest, yes, it's a lot, but nothing much compared to a lot of things that we are doing. And we need to make sure we can make it safe, and we are looking forward for the community to have an input into the consultation. The third point is regardless to the Mirima lands. I need to learn a little bit personally, to be honest. I would love that relationship to work, and that should be the way. But I'm not sure if this is the central government to be putting the money into it, like 7.5 million in 10 years. If we make swimming lessons for under 5 free, it will cost us about 580,000 a year. I'm happy to be corrected later on. I'm not, sometimes it's hard to calculate those things. So, and we are spending on this one 750,000. Yes, that needs to be collaborations, but where the money should come, if the central government doesn't want to involve, let them give us the money, we will deliver it, because we are better, at least currently, in dealing with our manifenos with Taranaki Whānuis at the local government level than the central government. So I think we need to look at it, how that can be addressed, because that 750 is something that I would like to look at it, but our relationship is more than money. I do understand that. Since this is a central government, I think that's where I'm focusing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much. I'd like to put there's a lot of issues here, but I'd like to put my main focus on the waterfront protection. Now, absolutely, I believe in the sanctity of life, and I feel very deeply about the people that have sadly drowned in our harbour. But I think I try and put things in context, and I try and base a lot of things on my own experience and the places that I've been to. And I've been to many, many harbours. I've worked and lived in a lot of places, such as Cape Town, and where there are harbours there that are not protected. Worked a lot in China, and in China you can imagine how many people there are in China and how crowded some of these areas get. Like, for example, when you're walking along the Pudong River in Shanghai, there's no protection yet, and yet it's a city of millions and millions of people. So how what protection do they actually have for falling into the harbour? So I think that putting things into context, I think that we actually need to, yes, look after our people, but what sort of protection do we actually have to have in these areas? Now, we've spent $7 million on lighting, extra lighting in the waterfront, and so sadly I've yet to actually been able to go down at night time to actually see what effect this actually has. But we have ladders in there, so we protect people who actually fall in there accidentally, because they can actually see where the ladders are and get out and come back up. So what do we actually need to do? There's lots of different things that we can actually look at for edge protection. There are reflective strips that we can actually put along the edge of the harbour. There are different things, but I've actually seen photos of people, and I've gone down and I've seen people walk straight up at the edge, they sit there, they dangle their legs over there, and I've seen people climbing over the temporary fences that we actually have down there now. So can we ever protect people completely? And I think that it's an impossible task, because then you start looking at every other thing that we have where we want to look after people. So where are most of our fatalities in Wellington? Are they actually on the roads? Are they in the harbour? Are they, where actually are they? So how do we actually look after all our people and put what little ratepayers funding we have into its best possible use? So I looked at various harbours around the world and think, well, how do they actually do things? What can we actually learn from these experiences? And I find that they don't, all these harbours, I looked at one in Greece where they have 7 kilometres of canal space and harbour space where there's no protection at all, and yet people don't fall in there. So, there is personal responsibility in some of these things, and people talk about children, and we've got to protect children. And of course, I agree absolutely that we need to do that, but we don't have children drowning in the harbour because their parents look after them. So I don't agree with putting this money into there at the moment, but I agree with looking at it and studying it and finding out exactly what we can actually do to protect more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've had a couple of requests for us to take a 5-minute adjournment toilet break. Yes. So we're going to do that. Some of us are guzzling the water. So we'll set the clock for 5 minutes, please, and come back and continue the debate. My back teeth were floating there. All right, Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I am very glad to see how smoothly this has progressed, and I thank the Chair and everyone involved for that. I was surprised to hear one member say that we need to move on from the airport, but unfortunately I think that member is the only person who continues to bring it up at this table. I think it is really important that when we go...
Privatisation.
Order.
I think it is really important that when we go out to consultation that we continue to talk to our community about the economic headwinds that we're facing and the reality that we live in, whether we individually think it was us that put us here or another council or future council's problems. I would say there have been a number of times in consultations where, maybe something had been heard about a particular perspective, and I think it's really important that we try and give our community members as much information as possible, whether it is something that we particularly voted for or supported. We can, sort of state our opposition to it and maybe provide a reason, but I think it is important that if we want to make decisions that are in the best interests of our communities have the information to be able to make those determinations themselves. And so really what I wanted to also extend my thanks to is the entire team that has corralled around the fact that there has been a democratic shift in the change of our long-term plan over an incredibly short period of time, and I think it's incredibly humbling to see other people in this organisation pick up the work to follow through with that and come along with the decisions that elected people are making, support them in everything that they're doing, even if it wasn't the advice that they provided, continue to provide free and frank, neutral advice so that we can go through a long-term process where we are amending it with a new direction and a new focus that has been given to us by our community. So I really want to congratulate the entire team for the massive shift that the organisation has done and put into this process. And I hope that as a council we can all agree to continue that work in the community, have great conversations with everyone out there to ensure that when we come back to this table we can make enduring decisions.
Councillor Brown.
Thanks. So just a couple of points I wanted to make, more about the kind of the final outcome of what we're deciding on today, and a particular aspect of the macro environment, because I'm sure that all of you who are property owners in this room have received your QV valuations in the last week or so, and I happened to look at mine and those of other people in my street, and I saw that my house is now worth exactly the same as it was 6 years ago, which I think is probably reasonably realistic. But at the same time, my rates have increased 82.3% over the same period. Or in real terms, so taking out the effect of inflation, my house has fallen in value by 20.4%, and my rates have gone up by 45.2%. And what this really is indicating for me is that council is capturing quite a large share of the wealth that is being created by the community, and not much of it is being captured by people who own property, which, for better or worse, and obviously if you are a property owner and it's an important part of your asset base, then it's going to be for worse. I think that there's a degree of sensitivity to the rates increases that we're imposing on people, but I don't feel as if it's been taken as seriously as it could have been. And I note that we have received a number of relatively late and, in my mind, extremely unjustified requests for additional spending, whether that is waterfront protection, whether it is additional spending on water, 3 waters that is, or whether it is to fix a glass house in the gardens. And I look at the aggregate of that spend, and I just feel that we should be far more careful about committing that money in the context of what I've just said to you about what has happened with property values and rates over the last 6 years. So I think we've, I think a number of people in the room have actually also sort of agreed that we've kind of given ourselves a C, a kind of a pass. Personally, I would give ourselves a D, because I don't feel like we have really done everything we could have to limit our rates. So that's an explanation of why I'm going to vote against every single possible spending initiative that is in the papers in front of us. I would also like just to respond to Pauiwi Hohaia's comments, and thank you very much for what you said about Mata Moana. I think this is going to be a fantastic initiative for the city. I think this is truly going to be one of the landmark things that this council, in partnership with Taranaki Whānau, and hopefully ultimately with the government if they finally do make up their mind about what they're doing. So I think that will be a really fantastic legacy of this council, will be what is we start the ball rolling on that particular project. And I think the fact that it is actually going to be a partnership project between Taranaki Whānau, the community as represented by the city, is going to be absolutely fantastic. So, and as a ward councillor for that part of Wellington, I'm really proud for the little bit that I've managed to actually do to actually sort of push us in the right direction. But thank you very much for your comments, Pauiwi Hohaia. Thank you.
Pauiwi Kelly. Kia ora for that. Perhaps I'd really like to start off, I know you have all talked about how, you know, we've all come together and everything, but I really wanted to just give real gratitude to our officers and the work that they have done to actually get this annual this plan all ready for consultation, and part of, you know, and it all feeds in with the long-term plan and all the rest of it. And I guess after we voted down the last LTP, I just thought this. We knew that it was going to be a lot of work on our officers to get us here, and I really want to thank them, particularly given that I've been off work for 7 weeks and I've really enjoyed the time off, and I know that the officers have been working really hard to do this. So I do want to express gratitude to the team. And you know, we lost our CE as well, and you all came together. So I think that that's pretty cool that you've all come together and you've listened to each other, and around our table we've listened to each other as well. And I think that's a real success for us as a governing body, for our city, our residents, to see that we can work together and we can make these decisions. I agree with most of the stuff, and there's some things in there that I don't really agree with, but it's going out for consultation, so it gives an opportunity for others to have their say. But the thing, though, that I do really want to bring to your attention, and that's because this is the thing that's most passionate to me, is our water and our waterways and how we fix it and how we look at our infrastructure. And there is no way that I am going to agree to give Wellington Water an extra. This is an additional 30 million based on their track record and what they have done. There is no way that I can agree to give them an extra 30 million to do what essentially we've already paid them to do, and their performance has been so abysmal that they haven't even done what we have asked them to do. And you know, well, I understand what they're trying to do to get their house in order. It's just too little and too late. They're trying to do all of this in a year before they're dismantled. And while it might be to make it look like they're doing the good things, this is just a total waste of money to give them an extra $30 million, and it could be spent on our Begonia house, for example. So I'm not going to support this. I'm in two minds about the $8 million for our share in the entity, because I take on board what Councillor Sarah Free said. Councillor Free said that you know, agreeing to this is preempting something that we haven't even agreed yet. So yeah, I'm in two minds about that, but I know that we have to do this. This is something that we've got to address, and we have to do better. But doing better does not mean giving an extra 30 million to somebody that hasn't done well already. So I just wanted to make that point. Kia ora.
Councillor O'Neill. Sorry.
Kia ora anō. I just wanted to briefly speak in support of the comments already said around Matai Moana. I understand with some of the colleagues around the table, it might feel like you haven't received a lot of information on the project up until this point. The fact is that since 2014, I think Chris Finlayson was the minister at the time, Celia Wade-Brown was the mayor, they announced a regional park, and then the subsequent local government ministers changed and the mayor changed to Justin Lester, and they announced a regional park. Yep. And then just last term, Andy Foster was again up on the motu announcing a regional park. This is not something that has just come completely out of nowhere. It is a core priority for our partners, Taranaki Whānui, as Holden Hohaia has detailed. It's in the Tākaihere agreement. And when ward councillors met with Kara Pokitapu dentist last year, he had this little snippet to say. Matai Moana is the name of the highest peak, and we want people to see it as its own living entity. Matai Moana has its own life force and its own mana. I firmly believe that there is a fantastic opportunity on the doorsteps of Wellington. We have been working with several different parts of our community. There is such a ferocious love for this part of the land, and I think that this is a good opportunity. And so I would ask my colleagues around the table to support Resolution 13. We're going out with two options. One, community keen on council to be a part of a partnership, or two, are we just going to leave it for iwi and central government to work out? And I would encourage you to at least have the conversation with community, because we can keep revolving and we can keep growing our understanding. It doesn't mean that in the day and age of 2025, I believe it is, that would be just over a decade of community waiting, that we need to push pause on this conversation any longer. So, yeah. Thank you, and I really encourage you to support the ward colleagues for Te Motu Karangi and support Resolution 13.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to table the Q&A that's been provided to us. Okay. Secondly, I have to do note, as a councillor is more sceptical at this about this long-term plan and the fact that it doesn't go far enough in terms of cutting spending, I have to comment that of the difficulty of actually coming up with alternative options when information is provided by officers so late, and the last of it was at 8:30 last night. I know they work very, very hard, but it's still very, very difficult when we get information so late. I also, I hopefully we can try and do it better. I'm not sure how to do that. I want to first comment on the waterfront protection. I cannot agree with this recommendation, and I can't agree with it for different reasons to some of the others. The real reason is I think we've put the cart before the horse. It's very, very difficult to justify millions of dollars based on information that we can't share with the public. And really, this is what we're being asked to do. I think the right thing to do is to deal with it when we have a publicly released report about the real dangers, that we can take the public on a journey, because if we're going to spend more money, we always need to take the public on the journey. And so I can't support recommendation 9. I also am very, very concerned about the lack of information on the debt related to the water and the basic information around the setup of the water entity. We are talking about not just millions, but billions of dollars. And tens of millions are flowing here and there, and it is important that whatever is put in gets linked in, and we have an understanding so we can go on the journey with the officers. Towards that, I also can't support recommendation 7, which is about the $16.5 million of water rates, which is going to be put onto the debt. These are the rates from water assets for the 25-26 years going to be put onto debt and then transferred to the new water entity. The new water entity will have to pay probably the same amount in the 26-27 year, and so we're essentially passing a debt that we're passing a rates bill to the new water entity for the future residents to get through their water bill. And they're going to be paying real cold hard cash when they pay their rates through their water bill back to us. I know officers have said it's about book entries and such like, but that's not what the recommendation says. And so I can't support that. But that's just for consultation. You know, I want to get more understanding as well. I also want to talk about the lack of hard decisions. I thought Councillor Brown's commentary was interesting in the sense that he was going to oppose every spending element except for the element around the new reserve, which is literally the thing we know the least about. All the other elements, including the proposal from Wellington Water, who had a big long session, and I thought a convincing session, to point out critical work that needs to be done, needs to be supported. And that needs to be part of the consultation. It's also interesting in the lack of hard decisions that a majority of elected members are willing to continue spending $19.3 million for additional cycleways and pursuing that program over other issues, over other opportunities, including saving the Begonia House, including just simply working towards not spending so much money and getting our debt down. Of course, the big thing that's not on the agenda is the $148 million for the Golden Mile project, and of course, if we didn't do that, that would definitely get us towards restoring our insurance debt headroom a lot faster than 7 years. I also want to note, in terms of the information that we got last night, is that the car parking revenue at $40 million a year annually has not been adjusted for the proposed removal of street car parks. So it's very likely we're going to lose tens of millions of dollars out of that. So supporting the cycleways is also going to have a direct operational cost and likely to increase the rates. We've got to be taking people on the journey with this information. But I want to also end on a somewhat positive note. I do thank the officers for the work they've done around rebuilding the direction for our future resilience. And that's summarised in recommendation 4 around setting a new limit of 200% for our borrowings, leaving between 200% and 280% is essentially our new insurance debt headroom. That, under the current amount, is about $1 billion, and this relates back to Councillor McNulty's comment and amendment that he did in the last meeting, which is to try and establish a much clearer picture for that. And I think that's a smart move, and I do thank officers to try and make a simple but effective future direction and objective to establish the future resilience for the city. I also have to thank the majority around the committee members around just improving that information in the consultation document around the debt, supporting that. I do have to note Councillor Rogers' speech, Councillor Rogers, who likes to point out contradictions, did say that he said that we need to continue to talk to our community, yet he voted against additional drop-in sessions, which is the place we would do that. I thought that was
6 minutes, Councillor.
Yeah. But mostly I want to thank everyone for their positive attitude to all of this, for the open discussion, and for the support towards improved consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll speak now. I just want to say that I strongly urge you to vote in favour of 7. And if you do not vote in favour of 7, which is to debt fund the $16.5 million, you are voting for a 3.5% rates increase on top of the additional increase. And I guess I also want to note about water funding, that we are in a transitional point, and I think we need to acknowledge that we've sort of sat between one lot of water reform and another lot of water reform, and, you know, exactly the form that will take, that does mean that this year is somewhat different. And I just want to acknowledge that, and doing it under an extreme the extremely dynamic environment. I want to give some reassurance around the waterfront funding and the funding for the regional water entity, that these are placeholders, and actually they amount to good financial planning. So if you vote against them now, you are voting for us to be less well prepared in terms of our budget and our funding as those things progress. It doesn't mean we commit to the outcomes that are decided there. It is a placeholder amount in a budget, and that has been explained to us that is very different from deciding to do a thing. I guess I just want to note and to echo comments made by Deputy Mayor Foon about the Begonia House. I'm in the same position as you. I have an open mind. However, I won't be voting, even though I have a lot of admiration for the mayors and I helped with it. But I don't believe, I believe we have had too much focus on restoring buildings. And unfortunately, it prevents us from having the resources to do more future-focused work, and that is at the front of my mind. I just want to acknowledge your comments, Pauiwi Kelly, because I don't think you're alone in your frustration about Wellington Water. However, if we don't agree to that funding, who does it hurt? It doesn't hurt Wellington Water, it hurts Wellingtonians, because it means we're at greater risk of failure because work won't get done. So that is on the basis on which I'm supporting it. I don't expect to convince you. You're a force of nature. But I might convince somebody else. And I guess I just want to close, and I want to thank you, councillors, for all your kind words about today's meeting. I support that. I believe this has been a very good meeting. And I guess I want to say that local government is a team sport. And I know sometimes individual players want to promote their own contribution to the outcome. However, it is very much a team sport. That means all of you and how you express your view as a committee. For me, I consider myself on the same team with our staff who have done a magnificent job in a short period of time. And I guess I want to also acknowledge I've pushed you a little bit over a few issues in the last couple of weeks. And, that the input that Lindsay has had, and which I think we have both taken on board, both elected members and staff in a very constructive way. And I am really trying to look seriously at the suggestions Lindsay makes to how we do things and try and put them into place. And I actually think it's working well. So thank you, Lindsay, as well, even though I won't maybe say you're sort of a special, I don't know what you are, ref. I want to acknowledge the team in the Mayor's office. And particularly Nadine and Michael, and extra particularly, that this has been an extremely busy start to the year, and I appreciate all the support that we do together. And I also want to acknowledge the captain, Mayor Whānau, for your leadership, which I really think has got us into a good position today. Probably everybody has the odd little thing they're going, but, I think that is inevitable under the financial conditions that we find ourselves in. And we have to be able to adapt the decisions we make according to the conditions we find ourselves in, and be less rigid in our decision making, be able to be flexible, and things I want that I've had to let go, and I think everybody is in that position. So I think, therefore, over to you, Mayor Whānau, for your right of reply.
Huge thank you to the Chair for a wonderfully chaired meeting today, and the councillors as well. Everyone's been really respectful. Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Randall and Councillor Chung, really elegant, classy speeches today. Thank you for that. Staff, thank you. This has been a very robust and lengthy and intense process, but you have delivered really quickly on changes that have been made, and I applaud you for that. It is time to go to, audit and consultation. I'm looking forward to hearing from the public. I suspect we'll need to make more hard decisions after consultation, possibly more cuts. But look, we're in a good place today. Since it was referenced in defence of the Golden Mile, which is starting in April,
I've even been quite surprised by the positive response that we've received over the last few hours. I've probably received about 100 messages at least, including hospitality businesses. I think once the kind of people get over the shock, there's a future of our city who is really looking forward to it. I can't wait to see Courtney Place redone. This is an investment in our future. But yeah, well done, team. Thank you to my team, Nadine and Michael. Michael has loved this, you know, and he loves working with you. This is his jam, so you've made his week. And yeah, let's get on and vote.
Right, voting. I am assuming nearly everything to be taken separately, so buckle in. You want a division on every single thing? Okie doke. I think there probably is a mix of let's see if we can group things, but I think so. 1, 2. You want to do 1 and 2 together? Okay, so 1. So 1 is receiving the information for fans watching online. No. That is carried. We now move to 2, which is agreeing to the options to create debt headroom and establish a disaster resilience fund. That was carried. So 3? Just 3. Yeah, just 3. That is carried. 3A. That is changing the preferred option for the Begonia House. That is carried. 3C. Oh, 3B, sorry. This is supporting Friends of Begonia House to support public fundraising. We're not. Can we all refrain from instructing Tim on how to vote? That is carried, you know. That's my job. No, no, just jokes. All right, so that was carried unanimously. 3C. This was just an adjustment. Sorry, it hasn't been discussed, but this was an adjustment to better reflect our previous decision on retaining wall funding because it sort of dropped off a little bit. So that's all that is. That is carried unanimously. 4, so that's the change to the debt to revenue ratio. Oh, so it's 65. Yep, we're just renumbering now. 5, can we do 5 all in one? Yep, 5 is 1, thank you. That's the Wellington Water funding.
The same for
Councillor Calvert? That is carried with the exception of the votes of auntie and uncle. No, you didn't just say that. Right, 6. Okay, we'll move along. 6, this is the entity establishment costs. The jokes are getting worse. That is carried. 7. Did you? Got Councillor Young's vote. Great. That is carried. Okay, 8. This is the depreciation cost.
Rebecca, I wonder if you could just, when it's a vote that's not unanimous, give a rough idea of the split, please.
Yes.
I know it's a pain, but thank you.
She can't see that version.
I'm just going to add a bit into every step, Nicola, but I will. Just for you. That is carried bar 1.
Appreciated.
You owe me 1, Nicola. All right. I've lost my numbers. 9. 9 and then A and B. Okay, so we're just voting on 9, which is noting about the coronial inquiry. Carried 16-1. 9A, so this is agreeing to consultation, further advice on options, etc. Councillor Young?
Sorry, I thought I'd done it. Are we on 9A?
9A.
Or B?
Yes.
Oh, I thought I'd voted on that.
No, we just did 9. That was just the beginning bit, which was noting. That is carried with 1 exception. We move on to 9B, which is the provision of funding for possible waterfront edge protection. That is carried with 5. 11-6. We now move on to 10, which is the rates increase, noting what the rates increase is. 10, 11 and 12 to note the budget, the rates increase and the update about cost pressures. Thank you. Mr. Rogers? That is carried unanimously. Then we go to 13, which is Matai Moana. Me whānau? That is carried 15-2. 14, this is the rating policy regarding short-term accommodation providers. Carried with 1 vote against. Can I do 15 all as one? User fees and user charges, and with the amendment, Councillor McNulty's amendment regarding the child swim fees.
That was meant to be in favour.
Councillor O'Neill wishes to change her vote, so it's voted. It's carried with 1 vote against. All right, can we scroll down? So 16. Can we do 16 and 17 together? 17 was unanimous. Yeah. 16 and 17. That's the noting the feedback on the council art collection, the operating costs, and the carbon credits. Yeah. Oh. Oh, so 17 and sorry, I need to go down the screen.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Can we do the whole? Can we do 7 and up to 17A?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, team.
Sorry, you want a separate vote for 17A, or it's been included?
It's all been included as one. No, that's a no. It's fine. It's all good. No problem. That's carried unanimously. All right. Can we scroll down again? Can we do water reform altogether? No. Okay, we'll do it all separate. Okay, 18, which is noting the consultation material on water reform. That is carried with 1 vote against. Then we go to 19, that is that the local water done well options will not be audited. That's good. That is carried with 2 votes against. We move to 20. That is the budget has been updated to reflect the preferred water reform option. That is carried with 3 votes against. Can I do revaluation and general rates together? Yes? Oh. Term. All right, so we'll do 21, which is to note the impact of the citywide revaluation on property values. These are 2 just noting recommendations, Councillor Brown. You don't want to note the second one? Okay. Sorry. That is carried with 1 vote against.
Sorry.
That is, okay, so that is carried unanimously and Councillor Free's vote is in favour. 22, noting that we're maintaining our current general rates differentials. That is carried with 3 votes against.
Sorry, that I should have had.
So 2 votes against. Councillor Calvert was voting for. All right, let's keep going. We're nearly there on this meeting. So this is the consultation document. Can we do the whole lot? Can we scroll down a little bit more?
Not 25.
Yes, but that's reflected in the subsequent amendment. So we're still agreeing with it, but we've changed it, if you know what I mean. Can I do all of? Yes, okay, great, thank you. No, all of the consultation document remits?
No.
We're agreeing to it with the amendment, which is subsequent. all of it, I think.
I will want 25 separate, please.
Well, we just voted on it, so we do need to be... Okay. Gone as far as... No, I thought we were doing all of the... Okay. I'm going off what I can see on the screen. Just hold a second. Was saying that we were doing that's what I thought we were voting on, and that's what I said to everyone. So we were doing all of the consultation document ones that we could see, but do people not 25? Yeah. Okay. So let's re-vote on 23 and 24. Not what I said, I'm the chair. Can we do 25, 25A and 25B all together?
Quick clarification from you, Madam Chair. If a member voted for one of those things, let's say 2-3 votes before this one, and they want to change their mind, what the process looks like?
Did you do something?
Number 16, number 15.
Did you make a mistake?
Yes, I was meant to be voting no, but I think I voted yes. I have here crossing, but I'm not sure how I voted in the system. I'm just asking process-wise how it works.
Can you just say into the microphone how you wanted to vote?
Number 15, I want to vote against it.
Yep, we've got that. Thank you. Why? Okay. What, vote 23 and 24. Councillor Abdurrahman, you have not voted on it yet? That is carried unanimously. So you want to do... Okay, we're going to do 25, 25A, 25B all together. I mean, this is one of those, some of us may have voted against it. You can vote against it or for it, whatever you did, or different. I'm just going to vote for it.
You just reassure me that the extra consultations that we've just agreed on are incorporated in this.
I've already reassured you twice, but I'll do it a third time. Yes, it is.
I cannot remember what attachment 14 actually said in detail. I'm sorry.
We will definitely, there will be the extra sessions. All right. That is carried 15-2. Can we scroll down? All right, so we do 26, which is the advice of the Crown Observer. Carried unanimously. Can we just scroll down? Could we maybe do all the rest of them? Oh no, we can't. All right, okay. So can we do, there's no 28 now. There's no, do we need to renumber? Okay, so can we do 27, 29, 30? That is supporting information for audit Audit NZ will audit the draft consultation document, and the chair and deputy chair and the chief executive to make minor editorial changes.
The council.
Any minor editorial changes I undertake will be in consultation with the Mayor. I'll make sure that the Mayor we'll work together, okay? That is carried unanimously, and noting the Mayor's centrality to that is noted. So this is the request on the report back on the Town Hall. Can I do 31 in A? Can I? Yeah, can I just scroll down to see what B is?
There isn't a B.
Oh, 31 and an A. Okay. Is that the last one? That is carried with one vote against. Right, so now we're going to do decision register updates and upcoming reports. Andrea, is there any?
Take it as read. The report is read.
Is there any questions or debate? I will move. Councillor Panovich will second. Should we take a 5 minute? Councillor Free? That is carried unanimously. That brings us to the end of this meeting. We are going to take a 5-minute adjournment, and then we will come back to the council meeting. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Kia ora koutou. If I could have all councillors back to the council table, please. Council will resume, and we're going to move to committee report number 2.1, report of Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee. Please welcome Andrea to introduce the report.
So kia ora koutou. What we are doing here is a process that we usually have completed at when we're adopting the consultation document to go out for consultation, or when we are adopting our final long-term plan, because only the council has the delegated authority to be able to undertake those two decisions. In this case, we've brought it forward so that the council can vote on whether or not this content goes to audit. And the reason for that is, in the past, when you get to the late stage of having an audit completed, there's a level of inflexibility as to whether or not you can make changes at a council level. So what you are voting for in this particular instance is to, in effect, approve the consultation document for audit, which has already gone through the Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee that we've just held, and to agree to delegate the chair and the deputy chair of the LTP Finance and Performance Committee, who will do that in conjunction with the mayor, any kind of editorial changes. If this was not successful, so if you were to vote down this, that means that there could be if it's voted ahead, that's it. The decisions have been made to progress. If it is voted down, then members can raise amendments, which we can work with you on to make further changes to the resolutions that have been made.
Time for questions, starting with Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just want to make it clear. So we're approving this LTP component to go, and annual plan component to go into audit. So when it comes back to us, it's really more that we need to confirm it to go to the next step. But the water elements of the consultation are not subject to that. So will we have a chance to essentially have the similar debate around the elements of the water?
Absolutely correct. Meeting? Yeah, great question and great clarification. So this is only with the annual plan and the LTP amendment component, and for that to go to audit and go through the process. So the auditors will want to know that you're, as a collective governing body, comfortable with the content of that and happy for it to go through that audit process. You will still have the opportunity to vote on that component of it, as well as the water reform consultation document component at the March meeting. And that's before it goes out for consultation. And at that point, parts A and B, or the annual plan, well, the LTP amendment part will include an audit opinion within it as well.
Okay, so in terms of officer recommendation and I guess workshop, there'll be more workshops around the water, and that's when we will actually make the final decisions on the officer's recommendations on the water entity decision go to consultation.
So I believe there are two workshops or sessions with you on the water consultation document, and final decisions will be brought to you in the March LTP Finance and Performance Committee meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
So this recommendation says that approve the draft consultation document for audit as attachment 1. Can you make an amendment to attachment 1 before you approve the draft consultation, or in another words, can you approve the draft consultation with change to the attachment?
Not at this stage. At this stage, what you need to do is, based on the delegation of the committee, we've worked through that process. So at this point in time, you can either vote for it as the committee has decided, or you can choose not to. And then if that's approved, it will continue. If it's not, then you can make those amendments.
My follow-up question would be, if the delegation to the long-term plan committee was similar to the one in 2019-2022, would this be possible under that delegation, not the 2022-25?
it is consistent with his advice. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the process that was followed then, Councillor.
So just to bring it to the observers' recommendation that we received yesterday, there are some points that mention there are a bit of a difference when it comes to delegation in 2019-2022 compared to 2022-25. So if the recommendation, the delegation to long-term plan committee back then was similar to the one we have now, would an amendment to this approved draft consultation be possible to make it to attachment 1?
Beth is going to ask that, General Counsel.
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer. It would have come down to whether the committee referred the entire consultation document to council to decide or whether they made a recommendation as per this. But as Andrea has pointed out, in these circumstances, council is able to make changes. It's just through this additional step.
Cool. I will just get quickly a time to check observers' recommendation, and I come back with question, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Did you want to adjourn to get some advice?
The rest can continue with question, but I'm going to check quickly something.
Okay. Councillor Calvert.
It's really following on from my comment in the committee meeting. And look, I accept what the committee's reporting back, but I wonder whether we should look as amendment from council, because the CD document comes out under the mayor and the chief executive. And so this is where I believe that it's not the committee that make the final editorial changes. It should be the mayor. I'm sure you'll take advice from others, but it should be down to that, and it's to reflect. It's to reflect the decision made by council. So it's not. I'm not trying to change anything, but I just believe, from a procedural perspective, it is the mayor. So I would like to see whether, as officers, whether we can either put through an amendment or adjust that if this hasn't been moved. I don't know.
It's so you're suggesting that agree to delegate the mayor and the deputy mayor, and the chief executive to make minor editorial changes and updates.
Yes,
that suffice.
That would be. That's totally fine from an officer perspective.
Yeah, and I wonder whether it needs to say and reflect council decision making, because it's not. I know the committee's made a decision, but actually, ultimately, where council is referring it on to.
I mean, ultimately, just from a practicality perspective, we're not going to be making many changes. The changes we'll make are coming out of this, out of the decisions that are made today, and then any other changes will come through as part of the audit, and then we'll be bringing back all of the changes that were made in March for you to adopt. So that will all be visible to you in March before you actually adopt the audited LTP consultation document.
I mean, I just wanted to reflect council decision making. I'm not referring to council or committee. I'm just referring to the governing bodies. So, yeah.
Okay. Cool. First, let me clarify this. The recommendation that we received yesterday from an observer, it's not confidential, right? I can. Okay, good. Okay, it's not confidential. So number 10, in the recommendation number 10 says that, by way of guidance and advice, I propose that council should meet to consider the recommendation of the LTP committee on the consultation document associated and adopt them. This was the process used in the 2019-2022 triennium. The same process step should be inserted for the local water done well proposed and option. So, and then you go to number 15 and 16. During the 2019-2022 and the 2022-2025, the LTP committee and its predecessors had or have the same delegation in part. That is, develop the council's draft and final long-term plan, annual plan, and any amendment to the long-term plan for recommendation to the council. And then when you go to 16, but the power and obligation that was in the 2019-2020 delegation to recommend the consultation document for long-term plan, annual plan, and any amendment to the long-term plan for adoption by the council was not repeated. So my question again is, now I'm just clarifying, going back what was there in 2019, 2022, would an amendment be possible if the delegation hasn't changed under the 2020?
Again, I can't answer that question because I don't know what the delegations were at that point in time. But what I would say is that per the observer's recommendation, what we are doing is we're now in council enabling that decision to be made.
Councillor, can I please recommend a short adjournment? And let's get Lindsay, Beth and Andrew here and see if we can get to some outcome. Okay, let's give this 5 minutes to start. We move on to the paper and debate and so forth. No?
No, but I think just if Beth or Andrea can just repeat what she said, and for the rest of them, because they didn't involve in that conversation.
Yeah, of course.
So basically what I'm asking, you cannot move an amendment to this. If you want to move an amendment to the consultation, you have to vote this one down, and then you move an amendment accordingly, and then you vote back again.
Yeah, sorry, and I said making a new amendment. It's actually to propose a new motion, but that, yes. Thank you.
Okay. In that case, I will move the motion. I feel like this is we've had a lot of debate, a lot of questions. This is procedural. Just in relation to Councillor Abdurrahman, he's going to run through a particular process, and that's fine. I would just highly recommend everyone votes for this paper, however. Hey, I've got to do my bit, you know. Do you want to reserve your right? No. No?
Is it worth noting that
And we've just made a change as per the previous discussion to number 2. So now this is debate, and I think...
I can't see where you're looking at.
Oh, there, right at the bottom line.
Sorry, to reflect committee.
Change committee to council.
Sorry,
Yep.
I couldn't see that.
Yep. Did you want... Yep, Councillor Calvert.
Yes, look, thank you, and I will be supporting the recommendations here. I'm not planning on moving anything separately. But I will let the council know that I will be writing to our auditor and our Auditor General, because I am really concerned about our accounting practices. I'm really concerned that we are putting operational expenditure outside of water investments onto debt. I'm also concerned that we are putting operational expenditure like the operating expenditure around our social housing onto debt. I mean, this is stuff that should be being funded, not debt funded. We should be funding it out of rates. And I know, strictly speaking, it may be lawful, or it is lawful. However, good practice is, I think we are just, we are pushing the boundaries very close here, and I'm not comfortable. In the COVID year, in 2020, we made some decisions because we had to. It was literally a pandemic. But unfortunately, since that time, we have continued to carry on with the same practices in terms of debt funding operational expenditure, and it's got to stop, because there will always be some issue. And when we really do face a crisis like a massive earthquake, then we will need to make sure that we can adapt then, and we will do those maybe have to debt fund operational expenditure. But there's no excuse now. We have to deal with reality. We have to find some real genuine savings, not just new projects going ahead, but real savings. This council has increased its staffing levels by quite a bit between 2017 to 2023. It was by about 27% FTEs. I know it's uncomfortable to a lot of people, but this is the reality. And this is one of the reasons why we have had a huge increase in our rates. So we have to deal with this. We've got new technology coming on board. We've got the use of AI. We need to find smarter ways of working. But nevertheless, I am going to write to our auditor and the Auditor General to highlight what we're doing. And I know it's all visible, but a concern I have in representing my community. Thank you.
First, I just actually want to thank Andrea for the email this morning. It puts to bed probably one of the loose strains from the fallout of the airport around how this council interacts with the recommendations of the committee. Clarity, and that's also come from the Crown Observer. We now have full clarity of that, and hopefully that is something that never needs to be litigated again. So thank you for that email. It's to me, it's setting the last thing that sets that mess to bed. I've been playing a fun game today. I thought, let's take of the Mayor's amended substantive changes, let's see who's fiscally prudent and who's not. So I've got some numbers to list out just to see how much more we've thrown into the budget for the next financial year after going through this LTP amendment. So we have the 46.5 million club, quite a few members in there. Councillor Panovich, Councillor Calvert, Rogers, Pannett, Abdurrahman, O'Neill and Mayor Whānau. The second grouping is the 41.1 million club, that is Councillor Matthews, Deputy Mayor Thune, Pauiwi Hohaia. In the third tranche, we have the 35.4 million club, that is Councillor Randall, Councillor Chung and Councillor Young. I'm sitting alone in a 30 million club in tranche 4, and today's fiscal conservatives, congratulations to Councillor Brown and Pauiwi Kelly for a grand total of $0 added back into there to the paper. So just, it's always good to see whether the rhetoric out in the street matches the voting record around the table. I thought I'd just take this opportunity in the room to tabulate that, and maybe this should be a sort of ongoing conversation as we go through. Oh, I was very careful about to make sure I don't misrepresent. Read in the substantive. So maybe this is something we should continue doing as we go through this year, as we have an election campaign and as we get a lot of reckons, let's make sure we keep good data practices to see if it matches up with our rhetoric. And yes, I'll be happily supporting the recommendations of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whānau. Today it looks everyone is very positive. I will stay a bit in that line, and I just want you to vote against this one, and so you can give an opportunity yourself to look at least what the amendment would look like, because you do not know what amendment I would be moving. It might be something exciting. So, but if you don't give yourself an opportunity, you are just signing off, example, privatization of our strategic assets, and which I think a bit interesting at the time when the central government is pushing. And one of the leaders that I like the way she put things together is Chloe Strawbreak, and recently she calls for Prime Minister Christopher Luxon to end all speculation about privatization as Parliament returns. And I would like to ask you all to do the same. You are not here for privatization. You're not going to be looking at even that option. So I'm asking you to vote against this and look at what the amendment would look like. And then with that very small amendment, we can move forward. If that is not the case, I can tell you we are going back into 2022. When I said in this same room, please don't send these consultations, and some in this room argued at the time, now we are just listening to our community. 2 years later, well, we listened well, and we've been divided. The community been fighting back. In my area, Southern Ward, 74% of them, they oppose this plan. And I'm really encouraging all of you to look at what that amendment would look like. And this is like a 5-minute adjournment, and then from there on, we're going to come back. And then still, if you don't like it, move on with the same consultation paper. So if that is not the case, I'm asking you at least to rule out you are not looking into privatization, especially our public strategic assets. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
I won't follow in the positive affirmations. I'd just like to actually respond to Councillor Calvert's criticism of the audit policies of the council, and in particular in respect of the...
Point of order, misrepresentation. It wasn't the audit policies. I was going to write to the auditor in my personal capacity as an elected member about my concerns, but not about the policies.
Well, if it's a purely personal concern, why can't you just keep it to yourself? Why do you have to tell us about it? I mean, the reality is that... Well, I hope you share the letter, because then I'll be able to write her my view about it. I mean, I think our accounting policies and how we actually, whether we capital fund or rates fund expenditure is very, very, very thoroughly analysed and thrashed out. It's often highly contentious. I mean, certainly I've, as you may know, have disputed the fact that we don't capitalise interest expense on projects, but at the same time, I don't feel that these things are areas where kind of random mudslinging type criticism is actually called for. So I think it's a disappointing point that you've raised, and I, wish that you hadn't. But if you are going to start slinging that mud, I hope that I get an opportunity to actually respond.
Councillor Randall.
I just want to talk partly in support of Councillor Adjournment's wish to amend the long-term plan at council. During this process, I've always felt that the what happened in June last year was wrong, and I've put a lot of effort into trying to understand exactly what the legal advice says. As we go through this process, we learn more and more, and one of the things that was said to me during the adjournment was that the process for approving the long-term plan was changed for this triennium, and it was changed to reinforce the effect and partnership with the iwi, such that council really cannot change or amend its own long-term plan. I believe under the Local Government Act, Schedule 7, Clause 32, 1D, the council has the right to adopt a long-term plan, and that cannot be delegated, that right. And it's the interpretation of that right that has been changed in this triennium. Unfortunately, it was changed without our really being consulted, and we found out after the fact in practice due to Councillor McNulty's attempted amendment, which was ruled out of order. And in fact, I would suspect that if Councillor Adjournment tried to amend attachment 1, which is the long-term plan consultation document, that again would be ruled out of order for the same reasons. And so now we have essentially been advised to go through this very much more onerous process of voting down the whole long-term plan and then voting in a new long-term plan just to amend 1 or 2 points, smallish points in the whole thing for a consultation document. It's really, so it is another way of doing it, but it's really forced to be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I really think this is wrong, and I still have not seen any legal advice that says definitively that a council can delegate its right to change its own long-term plan when that is prohibited under that section. Thank you.
I'll give my right of reply because I think we've been well canvassed over the last day, and actually, if we get to 3:30, we could be stuck here for a while. So my right of reply is we've gotten to such a good place, and it is time to move on. It is time to go to audit and consultation. Please support this paper. With all due respect, Councillor Abdurrahman, I respect you attempting to, change the document again. It's not necessary. We'll have some editorial strengthening in the consultation document, but look, I think we just need to get on with it. And your views are well canvassed. And the advice has been solid. Thank you to Andrea, Beth and Lindsay. It's time to move on. So let's go to a vote. We'll do 1 and 2 separately. Let's vote for number 1.
So can you put them up? Can you put the wording up online, please?
Yes. Just waiting for you, Councillor Young. Oh, fabulous. That has passed 11 to 4. And so we vote for number 2. And that has passed 14-1. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. It is time for karakia, and then we can close. Fabulous. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapinui, kia wātia, kia māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, i te ara takatū. Koia rā e rongo, whakairi ake ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia.